Дорогі колеги, друзі,
Dear colleagues and friends, we're ready to start our forum. So on behalf of our center, I'm happy to greet everybody present with us online, both online and offline, in Kiev and Tokyo. We took us very long whether we should wait for the end of pandemic to meet with our Japanese experts and hold this forum and exclusively offline and invite them to visit Ukraine. And finally, we decided not to do that and to wait for the end of the pandemic and start by bring facilitating our cooperation under these difficult conditions. As you may see, our forum is called Asia Strategy in Action and the role of Ukrainian-Japan cooperation. So the very name of the event gives the message that Asian strategy of Ukraine is not just developed, but it's being implemented at the moment. And our message is that Japan in Asian strategy plays a vital role, and Ukrainian-Japanese relationship is very important. And I hope it will be confirmed by our highly esteemed speakers and participants. So the purpose of this forum is very simple, but at the same time is very ambitious at the same time. So as a result of this forum and a result of this discussion with the follow-ups, so we'll tell about these follow-ups later. We don't want it to be just a one-time event. So as a result of this forum, we want to make Ukraine and Japan at least one step closer to each other and more understandable for each other, and at least first of all on the expert level. But at the same time, we are very happy that today we will have on our expert level the blessing, highly diplomatic blessing. We'll have representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of both countries, and we perceive it, as I have said before, as a diplomatic blessing for our work on the expert level, the work of experts, analysts, specialists, because the global situation is not waiting. It requires of our approach to each other. I'd like to give the floor to Yevhenii Yenin, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who directly supervises the Asian direction in the Ministry of Affairs, and he was presiding. He was chairing the process of the Asian development of Asian strategy for Ukraine. So, Mr. Eugene, you are welcome to speak. Thank you, Alena. Dear ladies and gentlemen, your highly esteemed. Good morning, Kaniju. I'm very happy to greet you on this extremely important event. Briefly, while opening this event, I would like to state that we all know the dynamic process that take place in the region of Asia Pacific, and South Asia, and dynamics of the global challenges faced by the mankind require very special attention to this region. And sure, we consider more active involvement in the process in that region by expanding our diplomatic presence in the region, and we realize that the situation we are in, and we understand the scarcity of resources, the budget processes in Ukraine, but at the same time we realize this is the best time for Ukraine to reorient our efforts and focus them on the directions where in the nearest future we can expect good outcomes. I mean the missed opportunities, trivially better focus of our diplomacy and all the government institutions responsible for development of directions of cooperation. In this context, we can't help mentioning Japan and me personally, and it's also reflected our Asia strategy and the strategy of our foreign policy. So the great role is paid to Japan and to Asia, and I'd like to thank Japan government for permanent support of Ukraine on the global arena. Thank you for supporting the sanction support you provide, and thank you for all the support provided by Japanese government and by the to our parliament, our executive bodies. So the scale of the financial support provided by Japan, starting the times of independence of Ukraine, are immense, and they comprise $3 billion US. But I'd like to know that Ukraine would like to see itself not just a recipient of the aid. We have something to offer our Japanese partners, and first of all, would like to be a stable partner in security domain and in countering new threats faced by the humankind, like pandemic, COVID, and global warming, and combating the aggressive players. First of all, Russian Federation, but not only it. I'd like to also mention it on all the possible combination of our potential, like technological, scientific, financial potentials, on the part of Japan, and on the other side, it's a favorable geopolitical position of Ukraine, our natural resources, and the proximity to European Union. I think we will speak in greater details about that during the experts meeting. At the same time, I'd like to congratulate everyone here and wish a fruitful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Eugene. Here I would like to give the floor for introductory speech to Mr. Ambassador, Plenipotentiary Extraordinary Ambassador, Mr. Takashi Kurai, and taking the opportunity, I would like to thank for wonderful partnership, not only the Embassy of Japan, but Mr. Ambassador and personal in preparation of this forum. Good morning. I'm learning Ukrainian language, but I can't speak fluently. Therefore,
if you don't mind. First of all, thank you very much indeed for inviting me, Ms. Aliona Hetmanchuk, the director of the New Europe Center, and also for organizing this very interesting seminar about the relations between Japan and Ukraine, with some topics of security matters between our two, in Asia and in Europe, and between our two countries. I do appreciate the organization of this meeting under a very difficult current situation right here, right now in Ukraine. And so, but from me and from my embassy and from Japan, very high level of gratitude to Aliona Hetmanchuk. Thank you very much. There are a couple of things which I like to say as an ambassador here to Ukraine. The first and foremost, Japan supports Ukraine since the very beginning of its independence, and since 2014, when there was Revolution of Dignity here in Ukraine, we even accelerated our support. And the figures of our assistance to Ukraine was just as now mentioned by Mr. Yenin. But one of the most important things for us and for our relationship with Ukraine is that behind all these assistance, behind all this support, there is a political support to Ukraine. And we, of course, definitely support sovereignty of Ukraine, independence, and territorial integrity. And that will, what we will do, continue to do that. And we obviously are not European country, and we, of course, are not member of European Union nor of NATO. But we support Ukraine, which is trying to be acceded to European Union and also try to get the membership of NATO. Not because we are sort of representing the Asian continent or anything like that. We support Ukraine because the problems which Ukraine has been trying to solve and the issues which Ukraine has been facing with are of global significance. That's why we support Ukraine, and also, as I said to you, support politically Ukraine. And now, as far as we understand, the Ukrainian government is trying to develop its own diplomacy into the way how Ukraine will be looking at Asia a bit more. We do know that the very basic and the fundamental strategy of Ukraine is, of course, towards the West. It's very natural, and we do respect it and even support it. Whatever there's anything which we can do, or as facilitating this strategy of Ukraine, we could do that. But now Ukraine is trying to look at the Asian side a bit more. This is very good for Ukraine. It will definitely expand the scope of diplomacy. In other words, it will have a bit more tools for diplomacy. And for us, it will expand the scope of cooperation between our two countries. And we could find a little bit more areas for cooperation which have something to do with what's going on now in Asia. Today's topics include security environment in Asia and in Europe, as I understand it. And I believe that the security matters should be one of the sort of promising areas for cooperation further between our two countries. And so I do hope that today's discussion could bring about some hints or wisdom to us for further cooperation in this area. How and in what areas we could cooperate more. And one more thing which if I may explain to you about what's going on in Asia. Now, one of the concepts which have been attracting more and more attention in not only in Asia but also in American continent and Africa and Europe is what we call free and open Indo-Pacific. This could sound a little bit new to you, but for the last couple of years we have been talking a lot about this not only within in Asia, not only in the context of the bilateral relations between Japan and the US and other Asian countries, but also in European continents as well. The very basic idea of this concept is that we shouldn't look at Asian continent or Africa or Indian Ocean or Pacific Ocean individually. We should look at the Indo-Pacific as a confluence of two continents, which are Asian and African continents, and two oceans, which are Pacific and Indian Oceans, and look at the dynamism arising from this kind of confluence of all these things. It has a huge potentiality. It represents roughly 60% of the whole population of the world, and something like 60% of the whole GDP, and something like 65% of the whole population of the world. And its dynamism of development, we are very much, we do believe that that should be promoted even more. What is most important for developing this kind of concept, and what we should do for making use of the dynamism of this area in the Pacific? We have been talking with our partners in Asia and US partners and European partners and others. One of the most important elements for cooperation in this respect is that we should share the very fundamental values, which are rule of law and freedom, particularly freedom of navigation, because sea route plays a very important role. And of course, democracy and openness and so on, which have been created in our history of the humankind, which is very important. Without sharing all these kinds of fundamental values, I don't think we could expect too much of development over there. And second element is prosperity for further economic development through connectivity. That's something which we have been doing, and we actually are in the process of promoting this kind of connectivity with the European Union, and Ukraine, of course, is one of the countries which we should follow in this context, which is connectivity. And third, the peace and stability, particularly on the sea, because as you can imagine, if you export on the vessel leaves Odessa port and through Bosphorus Strait, and then Suez Channel, and then coming into Arabic Sea and Indian Ocean and a number of Asian ports, you will arrive. So this sea route is fundamentally important, and no use or threat of use shouldn't be allowed. So this is very, very important. So that's for that purpose we have been supporting the sort of capacity of patrolling and law enforcement forces of those countries along this region. So all these things are something which we have been trying to develop, and we do hope that with Ukraine we could find some areas for cooperation even further in this area. So having said all this, I will stop it, and once again, thank you very much, Leona, for organizing this, and do hope that this kind of discussion which we'll have today will be continued in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We're happy that you will be able to stay with us for the next couple of panels. So thank you very much again for your partnership and for your participation. Дякуємо пану послу ще раз.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador and Mr. Yevhenii. I believe you can actually stay because at once we are proceeding to the first panel. Mr. Oleksiy Melnik, I invite you. We have Ukrainian participants today present here, and participants from Japan are in Tokyo. Unfortunately in Tokyo, I strongly hope next time they will be in Kiev. And I'm very grateful to His Excellency Mr. Ambassador because he already placed the bridge from our greeting remarks, welcoming remarks to the first discussion panel, paying attention to certain important aspects. And here I would like to respond. Right you are, whenever we are speaking about Asia strategy of Ukraine, we are speaking about the strategy complementary to Ukrainian pro-European and pro-Atlantic strategy. This is not that we are turning our backs to Asia, as someone may interpret. So I would like to make it clear. And I'm grateful to Mr. Ambassador that he paid attention to the concept of open, region. This is something we were not paying that much attention in Ukraine too. And we are going to speak about this very concept in more details. Ukraine shall have its own position as regards this region, and we've described this position in the publication in order to provoke more discussions today. And I strongly hope that majority of our speakers had an opportunity, or participants had an opportunity to get acquainted with this publication, and after the forum we plan, according to the results of every panel, prepare separate memos, analytical memos, and present them and discuss them in March in more details, which is why here we have some general outlines and we will go in more details a bit later in March. So, actually speaking, as regards security environment, we see, and we would like to speak about that security environment during the first panel today, because this security environment is of great importance to us, because Ukrainian security is the European security as well, and we would like to speak about actually Asian approach and in what way can we do it in such a way that Ukraine and Japan improves the security environment. Maybe we should borrow some interesting approaches, some lessons learned by Japan, and for that purpose we have very honorable speakers who, let me briefly mention, by the way, speakers: Yevhenii Yenin, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs; Bonji O'Hara, Senior Fellow, Sakasava Peace Foundation, Oleksiy Melnik, Co-Director, Foreign Relations and International Security Program, Razumkov Center, and Mr. Professor Michito Tsuroka, Associate Professor, Keio University. This is the greatest pleasure to see you, though virtually, unfortunately. And my first question would go to Mr. Yevhenii. So, when we discuss the security environment, we in Europe, our Japanese colleagues in Asia, we see this phenomena I would call the security egocentric approach when we think that our situation is such that shall actually cause the concern of the international community. We shall be in the center of attention. But our Japanese colleagues believe that their security situation and security environment shall be in the focus of the whole world. So, can you please explain to our Japanese colleagues why security environment in Europe, in Ukraine, is not a regional challenge but a global challenge, and what we shall pay attention of our Japanese colleagues as well? Thank you. I would like to start my presentation complimenting Japanese diplomacy. I think back when I used to be very young diplomat 15 years ago, and I was working in Moldova. I was dealing with Transnistria process, and a representative of the Embassy of Japan came to Chisinau. He spoke great Ukrainian, and he knew everything about the details of the Transnistria conflict. I was stunned by that, pleasantly stunned. And after we spoke about the current situation, the back then situation, I was interested and asked how come Japanese diplomacy is paying that close attention to Transnistria. And I was once again stunned by the answer. Japan is tracking and tracing and closely monitoring the behavior of the Russian Federation in all the conflict areas in all the world. And in a week, there was this book. It arrived to me, it found me in Kyiv, and everything was explained there. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Japan for you paying that attention to the issues of not just Crimea and Donbass we are going to touch upon, but thank you for paying that much attention to these conflict zones which are there in Transnistria. So, if we are speaking about the situation in Crimea and in Donbass, of course, that's the vivid example of the revisionist policy of the Russian Federation. And of course, it threatens the all the rules and actually the international law in general, which is the basis of security environment globally. And currently we see a very critical actually weakening of these institutions of the international law, because we are facing the first force-based change of the borders of the country after the Second World War. We saw it in Crimea when this precedent is going to be used tomorrow. And we know about ambitions of not just Russian Federation as regards to this forceful change of country borders. And I know for sure that these issues are in minds and hearts of our Japanese colleagues. And actually, we are worried about the fact of the militarization of this peninsula and maybe its possible nuclearization. I talk about Crimea, of course. So we see more and more representatives of the military of the Russian Federation in the temporarily occupied Crimea, but also they are boosting their military machine, and they are trying to deploy some other approaches in the theater of war. I'm talking about separate operations in Asia and in other regions of the world. And we also see the threat to the ecological security both in the Crimea and in the occupied Donbass. We see not just barbarian destruction of natural resources, and they're behaving as pirates, extracting natural goods and resources and minerals, we resorted to international courts, and we are going to try to stand our ground because actually our rights are guaranteed by a number of international conventions and covenants. But this is the issue of not just Ukraine. We are speaking with our international partners, mentioning and highlighting that we are at the front line of protecting European security and European values. And we tell the same to our partners in the United States and to our Japanese friends as well. So we are extremely worried about the facts of this barbarian attitude towards nature, towards environment on the side of occupational forces. Actually, they are flooding the wells, the coal wells, and some radioactive elements get released into the environment. And actually it leads to deterioration of the soil, of the ecological situation of these territories in general. And of course, we are speaking about violations of human rights, and later on, other potential aggressors may follow this example. That's the problem. And it all requires the global response of not just Ukraine, of not just Japan. We have to systemically and powerfully use the mechanisms and modalities of multilateral diplomacy. And I'm sincerely proud by certain results achieved by Ukrainian and Japanese as well as other diplomats from our partner countries. We are demonstrating on the global arena, supporting certain resolutions which pertain not just protection of human rights and freedom, not just issues of disarmament and international security, but such global challenges as global warming, as a response to pandemics of COVID-19, as provision of joint response to those cyber threats which become more and more aggressive and which threaten the safety and security of not just countries but the whole regions. And we are speaking about such things as dissemination and use of new technologies like 5G, and setting up the code of principles on the basis of which such technologies shall be used, taking into account the profound influence of these technologies on sticking to observance of human rights and freedoms of every separate person. And we would like to speak not about challenges only, but about opportunities as well. And as of today, Ukraine has got the second, after Great Britain, potential in production of renewable energy. And this is confirmed by appropriate research of the Academy of Sciences. And we all see the most recent initiatives of the US administration, of our European partners. Just a few days ago in the European Parliament, they voted for the draft law on implementation of new taxes, carbon taxes actually. And it all shall stimulate both Ukraine and all our partners to treat the issues of environmental protection more seriously and to go ahead with the same pace. We know about the scientific and technological potential of Japan. We are well aware of it, and all these things are being implemented. I mean, actually, production of green hydrogen, its transportation. And this is that very technology, that very source of energy, which in the nearest future may significantly improve the situation with climate change, and I mean in the global scale, and actually help the economic boost of every nation, what was mentioned by His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, in his presentation. And another topic I would like to touch upon would be to discuss our cooperation in the military area and security area. Well, in the course of the most recent meeting, we've talked with you about activization of our consultations within the ministries of defense. And we were speaking about huge prospects of cooperation and mutually beneficial exchange of experience in terms of countering cyber security, cyber threats. Sorry, and I'm very happy that all these things are welcomed by you. All these ideas are welcomed by the Japanese government. I would like to express my gratitude for this great cooperation. Personally, you, Mr. Ambassador, your government, you know, God has got no other hands but our hands. So let us look into the future and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Yevhen. And I believe at the second panel we can speak about bilateral security cooperation in more details. And now I would like to resort to Tokyo. Mr. Bunji Ohara, can you hear us? Can you?
Чудово, чудово.
That's great. So, I have the question, because Mr. Yenin just mentioned new U.S. administration. So for Japan, alliance with the United States would be the priority number one of external politics. And for Ukraine, U.S. is also the key security partner. And it's very interesting for us. What do you think as of today? So new U.S. administration, Mr. Biden's administration, and all the appointments they have, all the intents they voice out, they may influence the security in Asia and global security. If you can comment on that, what about your forecasts? And the second element of my question would pertain, namely, those security agreements you in Japan have got with United States, because in Ukraine there was this idea to have a bilateral security agreement with United States, something resembling the agreement you as Japan has got with United States. Would this agreement be a magical bullet? Would it protect us from all the threats which are out there in the world? And are you satisfied with this tool, with this instrument, and would you recommend Ukraine to actually stand its ground and have this and sign in the future such an agreement between US and Ukraine? Or shall we get concentrated on integration to NATO and future membership in NATO only and not be looking for some alternative ways? I will be very grateful if you can address that. And please, you have up to 7 minutes. I would be grateful once again. Please respond.
Thank you, Alona. Can I share my slide?
Можна показатись?
Yes, I'd like to introduce the Japanese security concern first. Then I'd like to introduce my idea about why Japan and Ukraine need to cooperate. And this figure is from the Japanese Defense White Paper 2020. And Japan has the territorial dispute between Russia and also with the South Korea. And threat of the nuclear missile attack from North Korea. But the main reason to change the fundamental condition, security environment, is the China. China is trying to control 4 of the East China Sea and also the South China Sea. And the hot point must be the South China Sea, because it is also concerned the national security of United States. And China is trying to control all of the South China Sea, but there are mainly 3 implications of South China Sea for China. And most fundamental implication is the guarantee the nuclear retaliation attack to the United States, because Chinese SSBN need to enter West Pacific to conduct strategic patrol because of the range of the Chinese ballistic missile from the submarine. And the second one is, of course, the South China Sea to be the buffer zone when the United States conduct military operation against China mainland. But the third one is concerned with the global issues. The China also tried to control or access the access of United States to the Indian Ocean. But it is not a problem to the United States, but also for the Japan. Chinese this kind of behaviors will harm the open and free Indo-Pacific, and also harms the global supply chains. So Japan also concerned the issues in South China Sea. And also South China Sea concerned the Taiwan issues. The China will never China recognized that it must unify Taiwan in the future. Taiwan is the north side of the Basis Strait. The Basis Strait is the entrance to the Pacific Ocean for China, and also the entrance to the South China Sea for Japan and the United States. If China can control Taiwan, then China recognize China, it can control the South China Sea much easier. But the problem is the security issue is not only in the geographic space. Our private lives, social activities, economic activities, and also the military operations are all based on the network. And digital trust must be the issues in this era. So we need conduct cyber security and also the counter disinformation campaign, and also counter influence operation. And also we need to detect the network infrastructure like the satellite network in the outer space. It also concerns the military issues. I said, and we've already understood the Russia conducted hybrid warfare against the Ukraine. And, China also has the similar intention to conduct the military operation. And so the guarantee, the digital trust, is the protect our lives, social activities, economic activities, and also the defend the sovereignty, territory. So the it is the one of the most promising issues which the Japan and the Ukraine can cooperate. But the basic idea is like that. We, the Japan and Ukraine and other countries, cannot wait for the result of the major power game between United States and China. We need to keep our own leverage. And Russia and China are playing different games at East and West. As I said, China is taking the aggressive posture or action in the East side, but smiling to West. But Russia, on the other hand, Russia is taking the more aggressive posture in the West. So we need to deal with issues from East and West simultaneously at the same time. So we can control or manage the issues effectively. And this is the geographic issues, but also China tries to implement its standard norms and rules to the international community, like the offer the internet let's say IP internet protocol to the ITU in the last April. China is trying to control the network itself, and we need to prevent China from changing the interpretation of international law, and also the refuse the Chinese too large influence on the country by the cooperation between democracies, because China still needs the support from other countries, because China is trying to change the status quo. So the China is trying to conduct influence operation on the many other countries without the United States. And also, as I said, we need to guarantee the digital trust as a base of personal life, social activities, business, and military operation. So the cooperation between democracies against the authoritarian standard norms and rules. So the this is the space the Japan and Ukraine can cooperate, and but we need to a combination of the study and discussion and exercise must be conducted, organized. The track 1.5 then develop to the track 1. We need to make the positive spiral. And we need to understand the economy is the original power. So economic cooperation for the what I say, economic independence. We need to keep the independence economically from other countries. So it is the fundamental condition. And I'd like to introduce some Japan-US alliance, but I have no more time. I'd like to say the Japan-US alliance in the next comment. Thank you very much.
Дякую. Так, я думаю, що в нас буде ще нагода коротко про це.
Thank you very much. We'll have an opportunity to speak about Mr. Hart. Thank you much for that. Now we're getting back to Ukrainian prospects. Mr. Alexei Melnik, as we can see, we have not only mutual values with Japan, but also mutual challenges. Although the classification thereof is different, we perceive different level of threat on the part of Russia and China. And to Ukraine, China is not a threat to, if we look at the global public opinion and political establishment. But what would you like to draw attention to in terms of security context, both in Ukraine and Europe? Thank you, Alena. Good morning, dear sirs and madams. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this wonderful event. Like to appreciate the political material or background material you provided, because this executive summary contains such an important and concise aspect of the situation. So after reading the executive summary, after the first speeches, I can delete many remarks from my speech why it is important for Ukraine and Japan, because these statements are obvious. So in the headline you have the word partnership, and this is something we have to start with and end with, because for the purpose of our mutual security. And it gives the answer to many answers to the questions how we can guarantee our mutual security, how with using the mutual efforts to combat the threats that for the first glance are perceived differently. And but with such events we promote the ability to look into the future for 5, 10, maybe 20, 30 years, and see the consequences for us in the future. of the current situation. So coming back to Ukrainian reality, first of all, we need to see that 2020 was famous, the traditional threats. So in addition to other threats, global threats, we have an addition of COVID-19. And so the statement on the level of Secretary General of United Nations for uniting against the mutual threat, they were neglected, and the global strategical shock aggravate and existing risks got aggravated on both on the global and personal level. Especially it relates to the countries that were touched by by local military conflicts. Another factor that influences on the global strategy is the aggressive policy of Russian Federation. For Ukraine, it's the main threat to Ukraine's sovereignty and security, and it's also a powerful catalyst to internal and domestic process. Russian Federation is not the only problem in Ukraine, but in my brief speech, I'd like to concentrate on the security challenges for our countries originating from Kremlin's policy. Ukraine, it happened so, is in 7 years ago or even earlier, became like a centerpiece of some events that are played by Russia, China, and United States. And Ukraine is some sort of a range, military range for different experiments. And Russian-Ukraine conflict is not just a bilateral conflict, and regardless of the escalation, stabilization efforts, we hardly can evaluate its influence for the future of Ukraine. So we have a relevance of this insecurity, security stability in the Black Sea region. Last year we observed destabilizing factors in northern regions. I mean the Lukashenko, and so despite of some events helped to de-escalate the situation in the east in the second part of 2020, but some efforts in the humanitarian sphere were neutralized by pandemic situation, and we see how the military we see how the free movement of population in the West is impacted by the actions of the military administrations in the West. So it's urgent activities to be made in the East based upon the decision of the Normandic Four implemented partially, and so the escalation that we observed today, we have to be very cautious about and we have to understand whether it's temporarily tactics of Kremlin, and so regarding the hybrid war methods, we see that Russian propaganda actively uses so-called COVID of vaccine diplomacy or weaponry in the information campaigns, not only against Ukraine. So blocking the negotiation process in the Normandic Forum and the work of the trilateral contact group and rhetorics of Russia in strengthening the control over the occupied territories, like issuing passports and deeper integration of the occupied territory in the economic Eurasian Economic Zone, and the later initiatives of trying to understand how the how global global community will react to further integration of the Eastern Churches into Russian Federation. It proves that Russia doesn't want to stop, and Deputy Minister has proved that the endless military drills on the occupied territories and in Russia proves that we understand that Russia does best to get prepared for possible military operation. Russia also misuses the international instruments like Solar 74, blocking the quarter of the basin of the Black Sea. And this relates to what was said by our Japanese partners. I mean, the issue of the free navigation. It creates, also increases the probability of military incidents because Ukraine and Western partners have to combat that. It's like preventive actions by Ukraine and expert in then patrolling of military vessels of Russian Federation decrease the free navigation in Black Sea, but there is still a threat for military incidents in the future. And I'd like to provide some final remarks on what was done by Ukraine to somehow improve the situation of deficit of security. Ukraine has made several important steps. They haven't been manifested now, but the results will manifest in the near future. The EU and NATO integration process is something that the process itself is equally important as the final goal. So we will see quite a lengthy process, period of deficit of security. We will observe even a greater deficit of security in the future. And at the same time, I would like to note that the National Security Strategy 2020, the model that is suggested, is quite laconic. It's quite universal, not only for Ukraine. The key words like different cooperation and resilience is something that Ukraine and European and global community needs. And as my final statement, I'd like to provide quite a brief but international information. We read Japanese newspapers too. In the end of the last year, there was the 30-year-old documents were declassified by Japan. One of these documents speaks about when in 1989 Japan blocked, in fact, the sanctions against China. You remember Tiananmen events. So Japan said that we cannot isolate China because we hope that there will be more democratic process going on in China, and so we will hope for future cooperation, improving the relationship between China and Japan. And one of the witnesses of the situation said that we couldn't imagine that China would become such a powerful state and will be conducting the expansion policy. And we missed and we admitted that back then 30 years ago. So we need to understand that regardless of the economic benefits, regardless of different perception of freedom, we have to look into 5 or 10 years ahead and see what consequences this may have for us. Thank you, Mr. Alexei. And I reckon that we have a great opportunity to summarize what was said, and it can be done by Professor Tsuruoka, who is well aware of the situation, both in Asia and in context of European security. To know that analysis prepared by you, Mr. Tsuruoka, back in 2016, where you write about the connectivity between EU, European and Asian security, and the strengthening of this connectivity. So how do you see the today's situation, and how this connectivity is close? And we speak about Japan and Ukraine. We speak also about their mutual problem issues like occupied territories, territorial disputes. Japan has great experience in regulating this issue. The former Prime Minister, Mr. Abe, had 27 meetings with Mr. Putin. Mr. Zelensky some repeated elements of this policy and this approach by trying to prioritize this issue as setting deadlines for regulating the problem issues. Could you please provide some insights or maybe share Japanese lessons learned and approaches to resolving the territorial issues and by gaining control over the occupied territories and what? And so please give us your insights and your vision of the situation.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. I was very much looking forward to this event, and so of course I wanted to visit Kiev, but so this time through online. I'm still delighted to be speaking to you. For those particularly in Kiev and in Ukraine, my message today is that the Asian security situation matters more and more to Europe, not just in terms of Europe's economic interest and prosperity, but also more and more in terms of Europe's security as well. So the level of connectivity, level of connectedness between European security issues and Asian security issues has increased quite a lot over the past, I think, several years. So whether, even if you don't want to pay more attention to Asia or China, that's becoming more difficult because you are already very much in the whole picture, the broader picture of the strategic dynamics of Asia, because China is there, and also there are various other countries which have some various sorts of relationship with not only with China but also with other Asian countries, of course, including Japan. So as long as you are in that picture, then you will be affected by what takes place in Asia. That's just the reality. And the degree of that interconnectivity or the connectedness is increasing, and it's set to increase even more in the coming years and decades. So the Ambassador Kurai talked a bit about FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific. And that is very much something that Abe, government Prime Minister Abe, championed over the past 5 years or so. And also between the EU and Japan, we agreed to establish what is called a connectivity partnership. So we are very much working on security cooperation, or the overall various types of cooperation, which includes security elements between Europe and Asia, and Europe and Japan. And also it is of no surprise that more and more European countries are getting more engaged in the security issues of the Indo-Pacific. First and foremost, the UK and France, because they are the two European countries which have the military capability to be present in the Indo-Pacific area. So the UK and France are getting more involved. But in addition to those two countries, Germany and more and more other countries are now they're following suit in their interest in getting more involved in the Indo-Pacific areas. So I would say that there are several and common challenges, and some of which already discussed by Mr. Ohara, and I fully agree to all of what he said. And from my point of view, I would say there are 3 or 4 the common challenges. And one is the change of the status quo by force or coercion. So this is something quite familiar to many Ukrainians, because you have been under threat and you have been affected by Russia's the actions to change the status quo by force and coercion. So and this is also something that that is happening in the Asian theater as well, and also the hybrid warfare and something that we call in Japan gray zone contingencies. So in Ukraine, you are quite familiar with what we call little green men. And in the context of Asian security, we see various kinds of little blue men. So the maritime militias and those types of challenges we are seeing on a daily basis in the South China Sea, and also in the East China Sea as well. We are facing daily challenges from China, where we have the Senkaku Islands there, and that is a part of Japan, but they're also claimed by China, and that is why China is very much challenging Japanese administrative control of those islands. So and of course the hybrid, the warfare includes the cyber elements, the disinformation elements as well, and those are also the issues that could be a great topic and a great item for more cooperation and more dialogue between Ukraine and Japan. And the third, a common challenge has to do with what is called A2AD, the anti-access area denial and capability, and that they're possessed by Russia and China. So this is mainly about anti-ship missiles or the air defense and anti-air missiles. So as for A2AD, in the past we were mainly talking about this in the context of Sino-US relations, particularly in the context of cross-strait relations or in the Western Pacific region. But the more and more we realized that Russia is also quite strengthening the A2AD capability in the various parts of the Russian Federation, including in the Baltic, like putting missiles, anti-ship, anti-air missiles in Kaliningrad, for example. So that affects European security a lot. So how to counter A2AD capability by Russia and China, that's very much the high-end issue, but still that's a common challenge we are facing in both in Europe and Asia. And the nuclear intimidation is also something that we have to think about. In this context, it is not quite always directly about China, because China is more sort of more, I wouldn't say quiet, but of course in terms of capability, and China is a substantial nuclear power, but in terms of overtly intimidating others, the main actor in the Asian theater is North Korea. So Russia and North Korea, they have been intimidating others by talking about nuclear things. And finally, let me say also a few words on the more Europe, US, Japan cooperation, because the China US strategic competition is not only about military competition between the two big powers, but also it also involves technology aspect and how to maintain a technological edge, or how we could conduct more efficient and effective export control measures, or the investment screening. So I'm aware that there has been some big issues about the investment, Chinese investment in Ukraine as well. So Ukraine is already very much part of this picture. So as long as Chinese are quite active, and particularly Chinese state-owned enterprises or the companies related to Chinese government, Communist Party, as long as they are active, and we need to think about what implications their investment could have on our security. So the more effective, efficient coordination and cooperation, not just between the United States and the European Union, but also including Japan and of course the UK after Brexit. We have to think about that country in separately from the EU, and also the Ukraine and the other non-EU or non-NATO European democracies. They are very much needed to be included in this sort of discussion. So the more cooperation among democracies type of discussions. So President Biden is talking about a summit of democracies. That could be an interesting idea. But anyway, I very much look forward to more discussions on these issues, including Japan and Ukraine. So thank you very much.
Дякую дуже.
Thank you so much. Very interesting, and we wish you in Japan not to face any challenges like small green man, little green man or little blue man, which can actually come to somewhere like Senkaku Islands. Well, we don't want this to happen, and we believe that the experience of Ukraine will be useful. We are proceeding to the discussion part, and please, if you have any questions, comments, I believe we shall collect few of them. We have comments and questions online. For example, there's this question from the National Strategic Research Institute, Yevhenii. In what way Japan treats Ukrainian intention to get integrated into transportation, global transportation system, like the Chinese new transportation project? That's the question to our Japanese participants, obviously. And please, whoever... Oh, yeah, Mr. Alexei Garan, Mr. Professor Alexei Garan. Hello, konnichiwa. I'd like to express my gratitude for this forum. Arigato gozaimasu for organization. And I'm going to have a very serious question. I've just read this document, this discussion note, this publication, and it is mentioned here very diplomatically about the threat that Japan can lift sanctions from Russian sanctions, so make them mild. So in this context, I have a question to the author of this publication. What do you mean by that? So if to translate it from the diplomatic language to analytical language. And a question to our Japanese colleagues here. Is this really possible that you can lift your sanctions against Russia? Let me respond as an author of this publication, for you not to think I don't want to respond. Well, it was mentioned in the past, when there was this intensive phase of negotiations between Russia and Japan, when Abe was prime minister. In Kyiv, we had some fears that it can lead to lifting of the sanctions, so making the sanctions milder. I don't think this threat is out there today. I don't think Japan may lift sanctions. In a Japanese case, these sanctions are not that powerful, possibly as sanctions of EU or United States. But still, these sanctions are very important because this would be sanctions of G7 countries, and the Western sanctions infrastructure depends on that. So, of course, Japanese colleagues may answer this question. Well, it would be rational to ask them as one for them to comment, right, in what way they see this. I've just mentioned a vision from Kyiv, and maybe our Japanese colleagues will comment on that as well. As of today, I don't see such a threat. The question was not mentioned into the mic. Maybe Mr. Yevhenii will mention in what way the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sees that. I'd like to mention that we constantly have the dialogue on the range of issues with our Japanese partners, and we are absolutely sure that our Japanese colleagues have got this proper position until Russia does everything possible to give back the temporarily occupied territories to Ukraine, and until it brings peace to the Donbass, sanctions won't be lifted. And we constantly speak about this with all our partners, and I'm grateful not just to Japan, but quite recently there was this decision to proceed with the sanctions for 3 more years against the Russian Federation, against individuals and enterprises. Well, this decision was passed by the government of Australia. This is a constant dialogue, and I share this opinion that there are no threats of lifting sanctions against the aggressor. Mr. Ambassador wanted to respond. It would be great to hear it from His Excellency.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, yes.
To the question regarding lifting the sanction or something like that, very, very simple answer. I have never heard of any arguments, any serious arguments about lifting sanctions against Russia at the higher level of our government.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much. And we also have a question to our Japanese partners. Let me voice it out, and maybe our Japanese colleagues will answer these 2 questions. So, between our borders, there is just one neighbor, and not the best neighbor. So, if to compare the cases of northern territories and the Crimea, what can be possible solutions for Ukraine and Japan in mid-term and long-term prospect? Who of Japanese colleagues would like to respond?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. It is difficult to answer because Russia does not have intention to return northern territory to Japan, and but Japan tried to discuss with Russia about the northern territory. But now the Japan is getting understanding the Russian intention because of the statement of the President Putin like that. So the it is concerned with the last question, but Russian attitude against Japan and against the European countries are different. So the perception of Japan and the European countries against Russia are also different. So it is the point to necessity to need the cooperate between Japan and the European countries, because if the European countries was impose the severe sanction against Russia, but on the other hand, if Japan does not impose such severe sanction, the sanction cannot be the effective, and same as China. So we need to cooperate to deal with the issues and manage the issues, I think. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any remarks? Anything to say? To comment? No? Mr. Alexei, right. Well, while we are waiting for some other questions. Let me answer to these questions. I remember this moment several years ago when this issue was discussed. What can Japan do for the Russian Federation to agree to give back the northern territories? And I had a range of meetings with Japanese colleagues, with non-government experts, official delegations, and back then I didn't hear from anyone any hopes that Russia will make that step. And actually the price Japan was ready to pay was not relevant at all, because we have an understanding that today's Russia will never make a step towards the proper understanding with Japan in terms of bringing back the territories. So they are not ready to do that. And speaking about possible solution to this issue, I believe that we have to try to think about what country can help solving these Crimea issues and northern territories, northern islands issues. And this would not be Russia in current borders and with the political regimen they currently have. And I'd like to mention to our Japanese colleagues, when the time comes, actually don't agree to have their fleet in staying in your territory, because we know what it may result in. Yes, Mr. Ohara, Mr. Tsuruoka, maybe you would like to respond somehow? No? So, okay, everything's clear, right, with these issues. And let me also reveal one secret. When we were preparing this publication, we had a discussion. Crimea, for Japanese discourse, would be an equivalent of Northern Territories or Senkaku Islands. So, we had this discussion. What Crimea is for Japan, equivalent of what, right? But the major thing here would be that Tokyo has got clear-cut understanding that Crimea is not some marginal problem, some regional problem. That's a global problem. And Mr. Prime Minister Abe was mentioning this in his public speech, and that's of great importance, that there is this understanding. And also, this is something which is not that obvious in Ukraine, but I would like to highlight that it's very important that Japan sees Ukraine more and more in the context of its relations with Europe, with the European Union, not in the context of its relations with the Russian Federation. And unlike plenty of European countries, when it's the problem to recognize Ukraine as part of Europe, well, that was never a problem for Japan, right? Ukraine figures there as the EU country and the country which is a candidate to become EU member, which is why today we are speaking about the European security environment and Ukraine as an integral part of this security.
Mr. Tsuruoka, would you like respond to that? We have a couple of minutes available.
Yes, on Crimea and territories, yes, I understand that it's highly, very, very difficult to persuade Russians to give back those islands or peninsula to Japan and to Ukraine. But we have learned actually two lessons and two important things. One is that it is highly important for us to keep raising the issue. So we should never be silent on this. So to keep raising, that is something we need to do for perhaps forever, at least until we get back those territories back. We take those territories back from Russia. And the second important thing is that the importance of preventing the change of status quo by force or coercion from happening in the first place. So that is called the fait accompli. That is the situation what Russia did regarding the Crimea, for example. So once the status quo is changed, then it becomes more difficult for us to get back this what is called status quo ante the previous situation, if we are not prepared or willing to use force. And we are not talking about getting those islands or territories back from Russia by force. We are not at all talking about that. So the important lesson is that what is the most important thing is to prevent the change of status quo by force from taking place. So that is the biggest challenge we have in the East China Sea regarding the Senkaku Islands, because those islands are under the Japanese control. So our job is to maintain that status quo. So they're preventing the Chinese from changing that. So those are two sort of important lessons that we have learned.
Дуже дякую. Дорогі колеги, в нас є багато питань з онлайн.
Thank you, colleagues. We have a lot of general questions regarding the bilateral cooperation. We'll be able to discuss them during our second panel. And so I perceive it as a signal as the people anticipate discussion about the bilateral cooperation. Having that said, I'd like to thank our panelists, Mr. Yevhenii Yenin and Mr. Alexei Melnik, and our Japanese participants. It is evening in Japan, and I hope we will see each other in offline mode. We'll have a live communication. We'll be able to see each other and discuss in greater details. And now I'd like to finish the first panel and invite everyone to a short break. So instead of a coffee break, we'll have a matcha break, or we'll taste Japanese green tea, rice desserts. And those who are with us online, you are able to brew a cup of tea, maybe green Japanese tea or not, and get together in 15 minutes in a discussion regarding the bilateral cooperation of Ukraine and Japan.
О, чутно зараз. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласочка, займайте свої крісла, оскільки мусимо вже починати захід. Будемо змушені починати захід без учасників, без аудиторії, і це дуже прикро. Шановні українські учасники, покажіть, наскільки українці дисципліновані і відповідальні для наших партнерів із Токіо. Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues and friends, I'm happy to see the second panel of our Ukrainian-Japan forum. I'd like to remind it's a historical event because the first time during the years of independence, we have such an event. It's a pity the pandemic has put some obstacles in our way, and we can't see our Japanese colleagues here in Kiev. At the same time, pandemic is not a capital obstacle, and so due to modern communication, we have Tokyo online. Dear friends from Tokyo, congratulations! I'd like to present the speakers. Our second panel. Our second panel is dedicated more to bilateral cooperation. So during the first panel, we spoke about the global agenda, about the security challenges on the global arena, and the similarity of these challenges for Ukraine and Japan. Now I would like to speak about the bilateral cooperation, how this cooperation can benefit the global partnership. As this so the name of second panel is how to ensure the efficient global partnership. Our panelists today, Sergei Korsunsky, Plenipotentiary extraordinary ambassador of Ukraine to Japan, Mr. Sergei Korsunsky, Tsuko Higashino, it's from Tsukuba University, and she's a senior analyst at the Institute of Energy Economics, and Elena Mikol, senior lecturer at National University of Kiev-Mohyla Academy, PhD. Miss Elena, we have to see offline, and the rest of the participants are online. All those watching us on YouTube in English or with Ukrainian interpretation, please leave your comments, responses, comments that can be they will be read to our panelists. So starting our discussion with brief with 5-7 minute introductions. So I would like to address the extraordinary plenipotentiary ambassador, Mr. Sergei Korsunsky. We observe with great interest your activity in Tokyo. So please sum up your first month of your work as an ambassador. I hope you have something to share with us. I'd like to ask a question in the form of replics using the Miss Helena Hetmanchuk's from Mrs. Hetmanchuk's executive summary. Her executive summary starts with the phrase that Ukrainian-Japanese relationship have been one of the best over the last 6 years, but they could have been better. And Mr. Aleonak explains how better they could be, but I would like to see your input. How can we improve these relations? So, you're welcome to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to have this opportunity to meet you. I concentrate on Japan only. It's absolutely unique country. It's unparalleled country. And in order to answer your question, I have to number several points and to journalize what Ukraine and Japan has in common, and then you will understand how shall we build our global partnership. So we'll start with what was mentioned during the first panel, and that is that Ukraine and Japan have common territorial issues with their neighbors. So unlike Ukraine, Japan has problems both in north and in Russian Federation, and have issues in the south, in Senkaku Islands. And that's the disputable territory between Japan and China. Although these islands are not populated, but in territorial waters there are natural resources and fishery. And so Secretary of State of the United States confirmed that the Article 5 of the secret treatment covers that territory. So East Chinese and South Chinese These are the main, the sense through which the main routes of traffic are going. And so Japan is very much concerned by active participation of China with its navy, and China built a military base on atoll, its so-called line of 9 dots. We have strategic cooperation in common. We have free trade agreements with the European Union, and Ukraine and Japan. China is the greatest trade partner both for Ukraine and China. Although for Ukraine, it's 13%, and while for Japan it's 22% of the overall trade. So it creates a overall context for the communication. As you can, so on one hand, it's impossible to quarrel with China because China is a regional power, and its position should be taken into account. Unfortunately, we have an issue, common issue with Japan. I mean the man-made disasters. It's Fukushima and Chernobyl disasters. We have bilateral active cooperation. Our Ukraine experts work at Fukushima and nuclear power plant, and they help Japan by transferring our experience and countering the consequences of the disaster. And this year, we hope that we'll have a next 5-year project, more comprehensive and more in-depth project of cooperation between, and will help us to improve cooperation in this area. We have significant aspect which is called nuclear disarmament, and for Japan it's North Korean Democratic Republic. For Ukraine it's Budapest Memorandum. Pyongyang refers to the fact that Budapest Memorandum hasn't protected Ukraine, and they don't want to maintain dialogue neither with Korea or Japan, but in exchange of security guarantees to disarm themselves. And this is the issue, and of course Japan might not, under no conditions, and I'm happy that Kurai-san mentioned that, I will not perceive and accept the change of borders by power and the sanctions imposed by Japan. They cannot be changed. In the overall context, there is a question of how to develop our cooperation. I spoke about the concept for you to understand that Japan is not just a second democracy in the world. It's not the only G7 member from Asia. Japan is a soft superpower which is without great advertising, but is very efficient and efficiently operates in global formats. And the 2017 initiative of Mr. Trump became true through the efforts of Japan. So Mr. Abe was the initiator of Normand 4, and all these steps are made consciously. Japan doesn't provoke and doesn't waste efforts on abstract statements towards other countries. Japan takes steps that, in the view of government, make Japan safer. For Japan is Japan, but for us, more important aspect should be an economic operation. Economy creates the foundation, creates the interest among the Japanese stakeholders to develop this economic cooperation with Ukraine. I've been discussing this issue for 4 months with all the representatives of the Japanese government and parliament, and we held dozens of meetings. it was, I mean, the renewing the negotiations about the double taxation avoidance convention, and there was so this convention was made in 1986 with Soviet Union. So the draft convention has been transferred to Japanese side, and hope we will soon end the consultation process. And we need to speak about the visa-free regime and promote military and cybersecurity cooperation. If we look at the if this concept will be implemented practical in the form of first contacts. And last year we signed the memorandum 2+2 cooperation, and in 2020 we didn't have a next round of this negotiation, but this year, this autumn, we'll hold second round of negotiations. Regarding other spheres, we have significantly progressed. I don't want to make any statements or announcements, but I do hope in the nearest future you will learn from mass media what is done in this sphere. Therefore, the economic context, in addition to treaties. So, and please pay attention to the fact that when we speak about Japan, please remember that Japan has been working differently in Ukraine. Japan is present in Ukraine through representation of the six power transnational corporations. This is what makes the presence of Japan much more universal and versatile. The Sumitomo Corporation procures agricultural products from Ukraine. Only part of it, not only part, part is exported to Japan. This significant part is exported to China, and is calculated and taken into account as export to China and to Europe and to United States. This is because each of these six corporations, they have representative offices in dozens of countries globally. So there is no need for them to export the Ukrainian products solely to Japan. They will export the Ukrainian products to other regions like Africa or EU or United States. So we look at the statistics. We will learn about very different presence of Japan in Ukraine, and to top it up, Japan is one of the greatest inventors globally. Last year, Japan invested $170 billion in different countries. If you look at official statistics, Japan invested in Ukraine $170 million. But if you look at investments of Japan Tobacco and other several factories that produce parts for many automotive industry, you will see industry and Belgium. This is because Japanese corporations are multinational. So the presence of Japan in Ukraine is much greater. Japan is much more powerful than it seems if we speak about loud statements and Japan works differently both in the region and globally, and the fact that Japan is the greatest friend of Ukraine in Asia, and this fact is proved by voting in the United Nations and G7, and also the support in global financial institutions. Japan likes to work through EBRD, through United Nations. Japan has a strong presence in all these organizations. I do believe that through these mechanisms, we can actively develop our relationship with Japan to become strategic partnership.
Today we call it global partnership, but I believe that we can and we shall build the strategic partnership relations with Russia. This would be all from me, I believe. Yes, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. It was very interesting, which is why I was not interrupting you. But stay with us, please, because we have a lot of questions. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Atsuko Higashino, Associate Professor, University of Tsukuba. So, Ms. Higashino, I've got the following question to you. As far as today, we spoke a lot about security, and as far as we're speaking about global partnership a lot today, and as far as Mr. Ambassador touched upon the economic diplomacy topic today, I would like to ask you about these dimensions, both global and regional and bilateral, and in particular, in what way in Tokyo, in Japan, you perceive cooperation and integration of Ukraine into EU, and in what way association agreement between Ukraine and EU actually fosters the interest of Tokyo in it all, and in what way actually it can have an influence on economic diplomacy of Ukraine, to have Japanese investors coming to Ukraine. And if to speak about the China factor, which plays a certain role in economic security, and not just economic security, in what way Japan and Ukraine can counter these destructive influences? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dobrodini. Many thanks for having me for this wonderful event. I would like to congratulate the new Europe Center for organizing this great opportunity to promote the relationship between Ukraine and Japan. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations to Aliona for publishing this excellent discussion paper, which is really fantastic, and which I also had an honor to discuss the various important issues in the process of drafting this paper. And I actually received it today, yesterday, and I found it really honoring to be involved in this process. What I would like to do today is to put our bilateral relationship with the wider context of the Europe-Japan relationship, not least because I've been looking at the EU foreign policy and Eastern Partnership for many years. And I'd like to focus my discussion on two particular aspects. First, I'd like to reconsider the value of Ukraine from a Japanese perspective, from the European-Japanese relationship context. And here, I would like to emphasize that the way we look at Ukraine may arguably be considerably different from the way that China, for instance, looks at Ukraine. Second, I would like to propose some options how to make the best use of the various European frameworks that surround both of us, like the EU, like the Visegrad 4, like the Baltic framework, in order to boost the bilateral relationship between Japan and Ukraine. So let me start with the first point. Why Ukraine is so valuable for us from the viewpoint of relationship between Europe and Japan. The very straightforward answer is that we value Ukraine even more for your closeness, for your connectedness with the EU. So for many of you in Ukraine, this may sound too self-evident, but still, I would like to emphasize that Ukraine has got its individual value, of course, in itself, as well as in European context. So having been implementing the association agreements with the EU and deep and comprehensive FTA as well is in itself extremely valuable, as it enhances credibility and visibility of the businesses and trade environment for the third countries such as Japan as well. And I actually often talk about this issue not only with my Japanese colleagues, but with my South Korean colleagues as well, for example. And we do agree that the closer Ukraine and other Eastern Partnership countries like Georgia get to the EU, it's all the more beneficial for us as well. However, when I talk about this issue with my Chinese colleagues, I can see that they are looking at Ukraine from a slightly different angle. In the first place, I think China considers you as a country that shares the communist experience. So this in itself is already different from Japanese view for Ukraine. we currently do not really see you as ex-communist country anymore, but value you as a European country that we could share norms, principles, and values, and your connectedness with the EU. But as far as I can see, and many people may agree with that, that China may value you because of your distance with the EU, and because you are not a member of the EU. And I think that is a very significant differences between Japanese view and Chinese view for you. I've been doing a research concerning the Belt and Road Initiative and 70+1 framework for several years, and it seems to me that China has been actively seeking for the space where the EU rules and regulations are weakly applied. So this is what really experienced by the Central and Eastern European countries who involved in the 70+1 framework. And recently, they are kind of putting their backs to this framework, which has been seen as a very, very active and promising framework for them. So the things are really changing, I think. And so I would really like to hope that Ukraine stick to your path, their approximation to the EU law and regulations, which, on the other hand, fortifies Japanese and Ukrainian relationships as well. And let me turn to my second point, how to make the best use of the various European frameworks that surround both of us. Japan and Ukraine has already developed its sound bilateral and multilateral dialogues, but we need to actively consider and seek to how to expand this successfully. So when discussing with Aliona, I emphasized that Japan has serious experience for having Visegrad 4 and Japan dialogue, which is called V4+1, for a long time for both policy and academic dialogue. And we have similar frameworks with the Baltic states as well, Baltic states +1. So I'd really like to ask both Japanese and Ukraine Ministry of Foreign Affairs to consider to having Ukraine in a successful framework, therefore making V4 plus Ukraine plus Japan, or Baltic states plus Ukraine plus Japan. I'm sure that these European countries would welcome that idea as well, as Ukraine shares so many security concerns with these countries. And I think I'm using up my 7 minutes. So just before I conclude, I would just like to share my idea or thoughts that the recent Lublin Triangle formed by Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine could consider expand its external dimensions to have active dialogues with the countries like the US and Japan, thus making something like the Lublin Japan dialogue or Lublin US dialogue, so that it could better address the difficult external issues like Belarusian issues, for example. I'd also like to emphasize that here in Japan, we can see that the two of the Eastern Partnership frontrunners, namely Ukraine and Georgia, is in an excellent relationship in Japan. I often try to compare that how the cooperation among the Eastern Partnership countries are taking place outside these respective countries, like in Brussels, like in the UK, and in the US. And I can confirm that here in Japan, the partnership between Ukraine and Georgia is stronger than anywhere else, thanks to the two distinguished ambassadors from these two countries in Tokyo. So in the place of my conclusion, I would like to end my presentation by proposing a diplomatic circle to consider that we develop again something like a triangle among Japan, Ukraine, and Georgia to exchange experience concerning territory issues such as Crimea, such as South Ossetia and Abkhazia, to discuss how best to deal with these difficult problems together. So expanding multilateral triangles or anything whatsoever is really at stake at the moment, I think, in order to challenge the common difficulties such as Russia, such as China, etc. So thank you very much for listening. Дякую.
Дуже вам дякую.
Thank you so much, Ms. Higashino. And now I would like to give the floor to Shioichi Ito, Senior Analyst, the Institute of Energy Economics. Mr. Ito, I would like to mention several comments and questions we have from our online participants watching us online. And maybe you, in your presentation, will partially answer or mention these topics. So, in what way Japanese partners view the strengthening of China-Russia military cooperation? Then Oleg Shupik thanks Mr. Ambassador for very efficient position on standing the grounds of our country in the East. And that's a question to Mr. Ambassador, but still, Mr. Ito, maybe you can touch upon this as well. So, strategic partnership, military partnership between Japan and Ukraine. And in this regard, we will be grateful if you touch upon some lessons learned and experience of cooperation of alliance of Japan and United States. Maybe we can have something like this between Japan and Ukraine, because actually in Ukraine we're interested in this format of cooperation. What would be the lessons learned by Ukraine, you know, from your bilateral cooperation, Washington, Tokyo? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm Shujito, Senior Analyst at the Institute of Energy Economics, Japan. I'm very honored and delighted to take part in today's forum. Let me express my sincere gratitude to the event organizer, New York Center, to put me in along with such distinguished speakers. Many congratulations on your accomplishments to compile a timely policy paper for bilateral partnership. I read through already and found lots of profound messages. Well, actually, Ukraine has been such a special country in my scholarly life since I worked for transitional politics in the economies of the former Soviet Union for the past more than 3 decades. And Ukraine has always remained one of my research interests for a number of reasons, including Eurasian geopolitics, security, etc. Well, Ukraine's geopolitical importance for stability of the European order cannot be overemphasized. It is nothing new, but we repeatedly learn from history over the centuries as we witnessed the experiences in the First and the Second World Wars. We cannot design sustainable peace in Europe without seriously taking account of Ukraine's geopolitical gravity and the magnitude of its spillover effect to all directions surrounding the country. Likewise, Japan's geopolitical uniqueness cannot be ignored. As you know, Japan is a relatively big island country located in the easternmost point of Asia and also in the westernmost part of the North Pacific. Historically speaking, Japan's security had to do with strategic calculus to encounter challenges from China and Russia. At the same time, Japan is expected to play an important role as a bridgehead of its closest ally, the United States' engagement in Asia Pacific. Ukraine and Japan are geographically apart by more than 8,000 kilometers in almost the opposite side of Eurasia. However, very interestingly, we encounter much the same challenges in the whole world for the future that will entail direct and indirect impact on global issues, which I believe Ukraine and Japan should and must work together as mutually responsible partners. We should stand against the strategic destabilizers, namely China and Russia. In other words, we must stick to basic and universal principles of democracy and the rule of law, among other things. Today, China and Russia are pretty much determined to dismantle the West-oriented international order, both in Europe and Asia. Unfortunately, China and Russia have different political systems in the strict sense. I wouldn't go into the details of their background now because of limited time, but the Chinese and the Russian leaders share their world views in common to deny liberal democracy and to struggle to implant neo-totalitarian ways of controlling human societies by way of increasing cyber attacks and diffusing disinformation, for instance. We, including Japan and Ukraine, must make it very clear which side of the global orders we choose and support. I believe the answer is unquestionable, so clear. China tops the list of trade partners in many countries in the world today. Ukraine and Japan are no exception to it. China's importance as a growing trade partner and one of the major investors is already a fait accompli, and it is actually undeniable, whether you like it or not. However, it does not mean that Chinese own ways of manipulating or even often contaminating investment climate, especially in developing economies, cannot be acceptable. It doesn't mean it can be acceptable, sorry. Non-democratic or authoritarian regimes increasingly tend to be favored by the Chinese Communist Party in the name of economic cooperation or assistance, which sometimes result in unbearable amount of debt. China is promoting what some people call debt trap diplomacy across many areas of Asia and part of even Europe. Ukraine is located in such an interesting spot of the European map to witness the 17 plus 1 framework led by China, which Dr. Higashino already mentioned. China has it to expand its influence in Central and Eastern Europe. They just had online summit last week. Actually, I myself have been running a big project in Eastern Europe for the past few years and visited more than 10 countries before we were hit by the COVID pandemic. I extensively talked to policymakers, bankers, business people, etc. in the region. And I found that China is currently faced with a stumbling block to enter the EU market more deeply via Central Eastern Europe because the regional EU members must follow EU's legislation for obvious reasons. Meanwhile, however, non-EU members in the West Balkans, including Syria, for instance, tend to accept double standards addressing non-transparent investment activities to the advantage of China. Ukraine has such a great geographic opportunity to learn from what is happening in its Western neighbors regarding what to do with Chinese investment. By the way, my dear friends in Ukraine, the next time I visit such part of Europe, I will visit Ukraine definitely. So please promise you'll get me the best Ukrainian borscht. That's my favorite. The global market is getting more and more integrated and borders. In other words, all that we need is transparent economic investment activities based on the rule of law. Money is important, but if we do not obey and promote globally accepted rules, at the end of the day, everything will backfire against sustainable economic development and even political life. Russia is another big headache with Vladimir Putin. On carpets. Sorry for commenting something in Russian. Uh, the Russian political system and society are actually by far more complicated than the Chinese case. In a sense, lucky enough, I don't think Putin will be able to stay in power for another decade. Possibly, he may lose power as a matter of time, but as far as he's in power, he will do anything to destabilize, especially the post-Soviet space and beyond. It is more than obvious that Russian president is intentionally trying to increase uh, as many external conflicts as possible to divert domestic discontent against the crackdown on democratic movement. We have massive scale evidence that Russia has cyber-attacked and disseminated disinformation in the Western societies, including the United States, Europe, as well as in the former Soviet societies. China and Russia have a common interest to prevent enhancement of globally acceptable West-oriented political and economic values. They are coincidentally developing a policy of aggravating divides in many individual countries such as Japan, Ukraine, and the United States, and plus within many regions, including the European Union, etc. The single biggest and the most wonderful news we have had so far this year is that we have a normal president once again in the United States. The Biden administration eagerly supports promotion of democracy, the importance of cooperation mechanisms among its allies, and multilateral cooperation. Washington is starting to commit itself more deeply into both European and Asian affairs. It is really high time both Tokyo and Kiev should lose no time to support, advocate, implement globally acceptable, highly transparent, rule-based both economic and political values, domestically and internationally, in closer cooperation with the United States, and also the other G7 members, such as the United Kingdom and France, which have
Pane Ito,
recently
я
expressed.
би просив
Mr. Ito, I would like to ask you to wrap up.
Yes, I'm finishing in a minute. Also, the other G7 members, such as Ukraine and France, which have recently expressed their will to make engagement with US-Japan joint promotion of the free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, as Dr. Tsuoka mentioned. I think, at the end of the day, the Japan's joint enterprise of promoting the public strategy will have direct and indirect influences over Europe, including Ukraine. Sorry for exceeding the time of mine. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дуже дякую, пане Іто.
Alan, we heard a lot of ideas and messages between Kiev and Tokyo. There is this mutual understanding of the threats and challenges. We see that Ukraine and Japan share the principles of rule of law in international relations and development of political development side in the countries. We have a lot of things in common. We have Ukrainian, we have common Ukrainian, Japan forum. How can we convert these similarities into breakthrough? And so for me it was very interesting to read the Mrs. Gatmanchuk's executive summary that Japan should be viewed in Ukraine in twofold way, both from the investor and a donor, and Ukraine will benefit from long-term support into infrastructure than just a short-term grant assistance. So what Ukraine should do to have to attract more Japanese investors into Ukrainian infrastructure, and what was done wrong in Ukraine that distracted Japanese investors?
Question, and I will try to answer, but before to answer, I would like to be back to the speeches of the previous presenters and to say several words that I think are necessary to mention. So first of all, as the ambassador mentioned, there is a lot of commonality between Ukraine and Japan, and it makes a very big foundation, a sound foundation for really very important thing that is lacking, for instance, unfortunately, in cooperation with certain other countries. It is trust. So trust is a very important point here because Japan and Ukraine trust each other. And in my opinion, trust is a very valuable thing in itself, because when two partners trust each other, it means there can be a cooperation. Okay, I will try. Better now, yeah. So to repeat, when two partners trust each other, there can be a very sound cooperation, because when there is no trust, everything can happen. It's first point. Second, to be back a bit to the security cooperation about which we talked a lot during today's morning. Without any hesitation, of course, we have to extend and to continue our mutual bilateral security dialogue between Ukraine and Japan. It's on one side, but in my opinion, on the other side, we can have a very big opportunity if we emphasize and if we make visible certain points of cooperation between Japan and NATO and Ukraine and NATO. For instance, both Ukraine and Japan participate in the initiative of NATO. It is called Science for Partnership and for Peace and Partnership. And Japan participates in the trust funds created by NATO for Ukraine. Even more, there is a cooperation on hybrid wars. So this is all already taking place, and what we need is to see more opportunities to develop it and to make it more efficient, more beneficial mutually. For instance, Japan and NATO had their military exercises in the Baltic Sea in 2018. Why not to think of something that can be of beneficial nature for Japan, Ukraine, and NATO, as far as we are talking about cooperation based on shared values and on trust, and as far as we are talking not only about bilateral level, but global level, and this global and complex interdependence, I would say. Then, when we come to Ukraine, of course, it goes without saying, as Mr. Ambassador said, we should emphasize Japan's involvement in energy sector, because in 2018 and in 2014 there were several attempts for Japan to bring technologies, to bring know-how in our energy sector that is under reform now, as you know. And so in my opinion, I think it can be mutually beneficial, and especially in terms of lately accepted by Japan a new green strategy, let's put it this way, that Japan is actively also developing the renewable energy. So there can be a very beneficial exchange, I think. And now when we go to the economy, that is, as Professor O'Hara said, that is the basis of developing capabilities, including military ones. We can talk here about, of course, global interdependence, that, for instance, as again, Mr. Ambassador mentioned that Sumitomo buys something from Ukraine and it sells not necessarily to Japan, and this is normal in global world. But in my opinion, what we are lacking here is that We are looking here really big investments from Japanese companies. It doesn't matter where they come from. They come from the Netherlands, they come from Great Britain, but why we are looking them, and here I'm going to my next thing, is that, and you know it for sure, the Ukrainian side, we are looking reforms in society. And we are looking reforms in society, and economic ones and societal ones. And I think that this is the thing that hampers our reforms. First of all, our economy to develop, first of all. And second, it hampers our society. Because as some of the speakers mentioned, we have internal threat. And this internal threat is that, let's put it blindly, our society is not a monolithic one. You know, we don't have a shared view on the Russian aggression towards Ukraine. And this internal threat undermines our development. And in order to deal with it in democratic way, we have to educate our people, and we shouldn't start only with our let's put this way, pupils, students. We should start as well with our aged population, and we should bring this notion, what is what, and to call the names, what is necessary to motivate people and to feel them Ukrainians. And in this way, Japan can help. Why? Because Japan has a very big tradition, and it's a unique country in terms that it has a statehood for more than 1,000 years, and this tradition of statehood and this idea what it means to be a citizen of a certain country, it can be put to Ukraine as an experience that can help us to build these countries that we're living in, from within inside, and in order to feel secure inside the country. Because when we have shared views and when we have shared ideas within society, then we can talk about our external threats and we can handle them. And in this view, what is also important is that, again, economy. And I know that there are a lot of small and medium entrepreneurs, companies in Ukraine, and they really use Kaizen, which means continuous improvement. And they really love this word because they love using it, and they want to have this experience because they want business to develop in Ukraine in these hard conditions, and they want to be a part of the world markets, they want to have world shares, they have big ambitions. And in this way, I think Japan can help too. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, пані Олено. Шановні...
Ms. Helle, dear offline participants, do you have any comments, questions regarding the bilateral cooperation between Japan and Ukraine? Well, offline representatives are thinking about that. I'm addressing the online participants. Do you have any... I'm not sure if our Japanese... But I'm sure that Mr. Ambassador can answer this question. This is quite a specific question, and so Mr. Ambassador tells what bilateral Ukrainian and Japan educational projects are present now. Mr. Ambassador, maybe you can share some most prospective ways of deepening cooperation between Ukraine and Japan in aerospace sectors, take into account the safety component and cybersecurity issues, using unmanned aircraft. So we would appreciate if our Japanese partners could elaborate on that. But Mr. Ambassador, please speak about the cooperation in educational and aerospace sectors.
між деякими університетами Японії і України.
We have close cooperation between Ukrainian and Japanese universities, and we have a program of Japanese government. I think now we had competition among Ukrainian students. Among those students who wants to study in Japan, these are unfortunately they are few, but these programs are still present, and so the approach. Sometimes we treat Japan as any other European country, like Poland and Germany, but Japan is different. It's unlike those countries. For Japanese university to become a part of Ukrainian university, the Japanese university has to clearly understand what is going on. They have to provide to carefully write the curricular, find finances for these bilateral projects, and only then the university will participate in this program. And we had such a practice, and now we're working on the partnership relationship between Japanese and Ukrainian universities. We initiated this dialogue, but it's too early to speak about a success. Whether we have JAIKI project, it relates to so-called Japan chairs in Ukrainian universities. If I'm not mistaken, they include Kyiv National University, Kyiv Mahila, and Odessa universities. Regarding aerospace cooperation, fortunately, there was no aerospace cooperation between Ukraine and Japan. I met the chairman of the aerospace agency of Japan. We spoke about this, of the possibilities. I'm well aware of aerospace industry from my previous background, and we have contacts with design bureau Yevhenii, and hope in the nearest future we'll see some movements in this direction. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Please ask your questions. I'm addressing the offline participants. And now I'm reading the comments, question from online participants. Is Japan ready to invest into energy sector of Ukraine, and namely nuclear sector, to avoid the dependence on the Russian Federation? Ms. Helen spoke partially about the energy security. Another question relates to economic sphere, but I send the concept of ensuring effective global partnership between our countries. Is in your opinion the level of providing consulting services to Japanese countries who want to work in Ukrainian market, especially high-tech companies, and what ways of deepening this cooperation are possible? So is there any possibility to assess the concept of business nurseries suggested by Mr. Zelensky? Another question, which is very familiar to all of us, especially for our NGO participants. Dear speakers, what, in your opinion, what is prospects of developing cooperation between Japan and Ukraine in terms of think tanks? And would like to hear the opinion of our Japanese counterparts. So, Mr. Ambassador, let's start with you. Fortunately, we're running out of time. So, looks like your replies will be some sort of final remarks. We concentrated on hydrogen and energy. Mr. Yenin mentioned that in his speech. It wasn't an understatement. It's one of the priorities, and and Ukraine, we have Ukrainian Hydrogen Alliance and Japanese the global leaders. I visited Toyota City and Toyota headquarters. I've seen fuel cells that will be installed in the future Toyota cars. This, believe me, this is the tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So it's very important for us to cooperate with them in this context because they are leaders in that area. In Ukraine, speak about nuclear sector. All the nuclear power plants decommissioned, and only one power unit was commissioned after that 2 years ago. So if we speak about nuclear security, we have cooperation in the area of Fukushima and Chernobyl. So I see no prospects in nuclear power sector for Ukraine-Japan cooperation. Mr. Ito, could you speak about the prospects of cooperation between Ukrainian and Japanese analysts, and what could be the gist of such cooperation? And maybe you have some other answers. Так, дякую.
Let me have this opportunity to talk on energy, which is my area of work. Actually, there are a number of areas we can promote bilateral cooperation in the energy sector. Actually, Ambassador Kursky already mentioned many of the important points. Yes, hydrogen is a very prospective area for cooperation. Japan has recently launched a very ambitious strategy to aggressively promote the utilization of hydrogen, and the most public and the private sectors are so much ready to enforce R&D in the area of utilization of hydrogen. And we can share lots of experiences, and perhaps Ukrainian and Japanese enterprises to start some sort of joint R&D project. And nuclear is another very important, still prospective area of cooperation for a number of reasons. Yes, Ukraine has Chernobyl experience, and it's been decades in Japan since we had Fukushima disaster. Next month with the 10th anniversary, and we can share experiences of decommissioning nuclear reactors, and we need to emphasize the safer use of nuclear power, whether one likes or not. Nuclear power is still so important in both countries, and we have not the same or similar experiences in the background. So we should work on this. In addition to the safer use of the civilian nuclear sector, we should also work closely on the importance of underlining the extra effort of non-proliferation, especially against the background that Chinese and Russian nuclear sectors are starting to expand their influence in globally still big civilian nuclear markets. And what Washington, Tokyo are so much concerned as of today is the fact that at the end of the day, as a result of Chinese and Russian expansion of presence in global nuclear markets, the non-proliferation regime might be encroached upon by the self-interested activities. So in the domain, the non-proliferation regime, Ukraine, Japan, together with United States and the other G7 members could work more closely, and this is one of the impending issues. And I know time is limited. Just one word. I know that, for Ukraine, the coal industry is still so big and important. Yes, it is such a global issue to accelerate our efforts to build low carbon economies. But coal is still too important to be ignored. So that means Japan could do more on enhancement of clean coal technologies in European societies in a way or another. I stop here. It's just endless. And I think it has many areas we can promote cooperation.
Дуже дякую. Пані Хігашіно.
Thank you so much. Ms. Higashino, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for the question concerning the NGO, one of the NGOs mentioning about think tanks relationship. And I do think that it is vitally important for our future to develop the very sound and constructive relationship between think tank and think tank. And I mentioned this importance in my discussion with Leona about this. And we've got several bunch of think tank in Japan who can deal with the very serious dialogue with our Ukrainian counterparts. Among other things, we've got Japan Institute of International Affairs, and we also have National Institute of Defense Studies as well. So I think it is absolutely important to have a very frequent and sometimes informal sort of discussion and policy dialogue with them. And again, for this think tank dialogue, I think we can learn many things about our experience with Visegrad 4 countries, because here in Japan we've got very solid relationship with the Polish International Polish Institute of International Affairs, and also we've got a relationship with the Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade in Hungary, and where we can develop, among other things, how we can address the common challenges such as China, such as Russia, environmental questions, green economy, things like that. So there's an ample example for us to talk about this issue, and in this way we can really expand the relationship. And also, at the timing of the very important diplomatic events, such as, I understand that the Ukraine is expecting to have a Crimean platform in the very near future, and for that, for example, sort of important events, I really would like to propose that we have track 2, for example, for back-to-back with that important event, for having leading opinion leaders and think tanks to have open dialogue concerning the bilateral and multilateral questions, which both concerns Ukraine and Japan. Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much. And well, maybe I'm going to answer a question which was there in terms of consulting and informing of Japanese business. Once again, I will quote the publication of New Europe Center. Japanese business, which is quite conservative and is not inclined to take risks. Analyzing the situation, I'd like to draw attention to the assessments of the international structures and institutions like EBRD, International Monetary Fund. We understand the assessments are not that great sometimes for Ukraine. And this is the answer to the question why investments of Japan into Ukraine were quite modest. And once again, maybe new times and new efforts will give new impulses and new opportunities for us to see new assessments in the financial institutions reports and desire of investors to come to Ukraine. Miss Olena, what can you tell us about this? Yes, thank you. And do you know anything about awareness of Japanese business about investment nannies? Oh, believe me, they know a lot about investment nannies, but as you've just mentioned, the problem is not in this investment nannies and their presence or absence. The problem is more profound. Country number 2 in IMF would be Japan. When Japan gets the report that reform was not implemented, Ukraine shall still do this and do that. Of course, they assess the risks matrix, and any business company is conducting this risks assessment, and they say, no, we won't enter Ukraine because the risks are big, high. So investment nanny would be a good step, but to actually have investments into the country, we need to change the country from the inside, as I was mentioning, and there is no other way out. We shall not be creating a beautiful showcase, but to stay the same country inside. That's my answer to your first question, Mr. Serhiy. To have good investments in Ukraine, we need to develop the infrastructure. And, for example, Ukrainian Railway Company, well, EBRD gave money to actually electrify the section of the railroad, but they are reperforming the tender. So there's money, but we do not know how to properly use that money. So, well, to get investment, to have business investors, we shall have a ready-made infrastructure, full-fledged infrastructure in the country. And, we don't have it so far, unfortunately. So the state shall be reforming itself and shall be have proper processes inside for us not to need these investment nannies, for us to live as France, as Germany, for business to be eager to invest into our country, and there are no other risks apart from economic ones. So, and speaking about think tanks, if you allow me, so Japanese think tanks are open for cooperation, and we shall speak about focus here, because if we cooperate, then we get lost into the thin air. Well, that's not a sustainable approach. As it was mentioned by Ms. Higashino, we need to build lengthy relations and to have proper long-term dialogue to set the trust, to have this insight in every country. Thank you. Yes, Miss Olena, we have just 2 minutes to wrap up this panel. So, esteemed participants, stay with us. We are going to have the third panel dedicated to perception of Ukraine in Japan and Japan in Ukraine. And dear panelists, dear speakers, I'd like to give you the floor for your final remarks, 1 or 2 words, maybe 3. So, what is the most important to have this real breakthrough in relations of Kyiv and Tokyo? If I may, in the first place, let me express my gratitude for this publication, this analytical note. Very good document, very useful one. So, to have this breakthrough in relations, you need to know how to work with Japan. You need to learn your lessons. This country has got its own specificity, but you believe me, any efforts will be rewarded. Any efforts in what way to learn how to work with Japan. And if you learn how to do that, you won't have better partners and better friends as Japan. Yes, Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much. Mr. Ito.
Thank you very much once again for having me. Excellent, very timely online workshop. As I noted in my presentation, Ukraine and Japan are geographically apart, but common challenges, issues are there to be sorted out, including Chinese and Russian questions, etc. We should be responsible for the future generations once we work together, today we have direct and indirect impact upon future generations to come. Thank you very much for organizing this kind of event.
Дуже вам дякую.
You will,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Higashino, your final remarks?
Yes, thank you very much again for having me for this wonderful opportunity. And let me speak from the political and external relations viewpoints rather than speaking from the economic viewpoint. And you mentioned that, finally mentioned that how to do something about this the breakthrough. I think we can already see the light at the end of the tunnel because we have already conducted quite a few important dialogue. But the point I think is to continue dialogue and dialogue and dialogue. And just as Professor Ito said, it is kind of surprising that this kind of huge event between Ukraine and Japan haven't been really conducted for a while. And I think this is the first and the largest sort of event took place in the several years, which is really a pity, really. So let us move on. Let us continue this path, really, in order to have a more constructive understanding between us and what we really feel as a problem or what you really feel as a problem. So I do really appreciate this as a very starting point, not at the end of our very good relationship. Thank you.
Пані Хігашіно, дуже вам
Ms. Higashino, thank you so much for being that optimistic. And actually, right here, we are already seeing some breakthrough in our relations. And Ms. Olena, the floor is yours. Yes, I would like to mention that to work with Japan, we need to clearly articulate what we want and stick to our statements, because it's no good when the country is saying one thing and doing the other thing. So let us just articulate, go forward, find some common grounds, joint projects, and thank you for organizing this event. Thank you, dear participants. I was very inspired after talking to all of you. Thank you. Once again, thank you, everyone. New Europe Center believes in this high-quality Ukraine-Japan relations. And stay with us. In 15 minutes, we have the third panel. Thank you.
thank you.
Шановні учасники, за 30 секунд уже розпочинаємо третю дискусійну панель.
Dear participants, in 30 seconds we start the third discussion panel. Please come back and take your seats.
Тож, шановні
So, dear participants, dear speakers, let us start the third discussion panel. And the third panel is dedicated to the role of soft power in Ukraine-Japan relations. I'm going to be the moderator. I'm Takashi Hirano. I'm head of Japan section, Ukrinform agency. And our speakers for today, let me briefly introduce them. Volodymyr Sheiko, Director General, Ukrainian Institute. Daisuke Kitade Online, researcher, Mitsui & Co. Global Strategic Studies Institute. Olga Homenko, Associate Professor, Kyiv School of Economics, PhD. And Ms. Natalia Butyrska, East Asia Specialist. Well, to start with, let me mention what soft power is. This term, soft power, was offered 20 years ago by Joseph Nye, and today this notion is well known all over the world. So, soft power is the ability to achieve something you want by way of persuading others to actually achieve the goal. And unlike economic power or military power, soft power cannot be measured by figures, which is why we interpret it differently. But at the very same time, we understand not all the countries are implementing soft power ideally. And we all see the space for improvement. And Joseph Nye team is making public as regards the successful use of this soft power. And according to the most recent report, top 30 countries look like this. The first place goes to France, the second to Great Britain, and Japan ranks 8. And unfortunately, Ukraine is not in this rating. Now, speaking about top 10 countries, these are economically powerful countries. At the very same time, pay attention to this list. Does not coinciding with economic power rating. So, it actually confirms that the soft power is never guaranteed by the economic power. And Joseph Nye team defines and checks doing business, culture, digitalization, including digital diplomacy, as well as governance, including dedication to the country, human rights, democracy, and qualities of political institutions, including the rule of law, and also diplomacy and education. Today, we are going to speak about Ukraine-Japan relations. So there are no actually significant differences. Well, and we have to understand each other. Only after that the friendship will become even stronger. And the issue is the following: in what way we shall do our best to better understand each other? And this issue is there for 30 years. Well, intergovernmental relations have improved after Japan imposed sanctions against Russia and decided to help Ukraine even more. But it doesn't mean that regular Japanese citizens know more about Ukraine. Unfortunately not. And Ukrainians got rid of stereotypes about Japan, and they feel Japan much better than they felt before. Meaning, the situation remains unchanged, though. Let us be frank and say that we already see some progress and some achievements, and we see very active activities of the embassy in Japan, and today's forum is a very vivid example. Today we are going to speak whether Ukraine is present or absent in Japan, what was done, what shall be done, and whether the image of Japan is improving in Ukraine. If not, what are the barriers? And let us proceed to the questions. Mr. Volodymyr, as far as I know, Japan is a priority country for Ukrainian Institute this and next year. It means that focus of Ukraine creative diplomacy will be Japan. Japan will be in focus of diplomacy, and Ukrainian Institute had a research of Ukraine's perception in Japan. And today you're going to actually discuss the results. Please tell us about the results. Few words from you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Aliona. This is the greatest pleasure to be here. I'm going to lean towards the mic for you to hear me better. So, right you are. The Ukrainian Institute as diplomacy institution had to actually expand its activities and implement first projects in Japan. Due to a range of reasons, we have to postpone this initiative till the next year, but we can actually do our homework today in communicating and interacting with the Embassy of Ukraine in Japan and in interaction with Mr. Serhiy to properly plan our future work. And at the end of the previous year, we finalized the research on perception of Ukraine in Japan, as well as in 6 other countries, to have good, high-quality, verified data communicated by expert environment of Ukraine and Japan to understand in what way Ukraine is perceived by experts, by civil society, what topics are very relevant and what topics shall be avoided, and in what way this dynamics may change the next years. We are going to introduce this research in its complete form a bit later, but today I can share a few conclusions. Let me remind, this was not a sociological research, and we did not have the representative sampling of all the residents of Japan. These were profound interviews of experts in 2 countries in 7 various sectors within which cultural diplomacy of Ukraine works, not just through Ukrainian Institute, but through embassies and through other both state and non-state institutions in both countries.
And of course, it's quite an obvious and unfortunate and productive result of output deliverable of this studies that Ukraine is not well known in Japan, and most of Japanese have no strong cultural associations regarding Ukraine. And another opinion was made that there are no things in culture and humanitarian sphere that would immediately build associations with Ukraine. So there is no phenomenon, item or cultural event that would identify Ukraine with the Japanese population. So a lot should be done. So, and Ukraine should not only change some perception of itself, but Ukraine should suggest some positive and very specific agenda that will be supported by well-focused systemic work, as it is done by Swedes. So this Swedish public cultural diplomacy focuses on three main points: the values of Swedish society that expanded through cultural diplomacy and cultural intervention. So that's why Sweden is so high in the rating you have mentioned. Also analyze the main associations with that Japanese respondents have with Ukraine. First of all, it's Chernobyl, then post-Soviet stereotypes, and of course the war with Russia and Crimea. At the same time, Japanese associate Ukrainians with friendly people, ballet, culture, some phenomena that are available to Japanese society, that all of Ukrainian National Opera and other teams are visiting Japan as part of their performance. So we try to find from respondents. Are respondents aware of these special cultural phenomena connected with Ukraine? I mean, the different political, cultural figures, and unfortunately, the Ukraine is not very well recognizable among Japanese respondents, and the markers Santa Fe Cathedral, Maidan, land by Dovzhenko, Borsh, and Kazakhs. It's quite a eclectic mix of associations that prove that we were known, but that not everything from our cultural legacy is known to Japanese society. I don't want to steal your time because this is quite a voluminous study, but I would like to name the most prospective areas for Ukrainian soft power and diplomacy industry. I mean the support to Ukrainian studios and Ukrainian science and the Japanese universities, and the study of the mutual experience and cultural pillars that can be drawn between two cultures. So this similarity is well responded by the audience. Cuisine is another interesting area. Thanks to Mr. Ambassador, he was after his arrival to Japan, he started to promote this culture. So we're going to promote Ukrainian cuisine with Japanese audience and differentiation of Ukraine and Russian Federation. So, I mean, change in the perception of Ukraine through Ukrainian prism of through historical narratives and narratives that have been formed both in science and in education. So Ukraine has to differentiate itself from Russian Federation. Among other things, respondents mention new forms of presenting cultural material. I mean, reference to technological way of presenting culture, new media, new spectacular manifestation culture that could influence mass audience. To sum it up, these outputs prove about the significant opportunities. We have a lot of topics that can be developed in common by way of dialogue and not just through one-way promotion of Ukrainian culture. So we need to understand. It's very great. It's great to know what other partners, other audiences would like to hear about Ukraine. So the idea of diplomacy is to be careful, to be attentive, and listen to what other societies expect to hear about us. Think about interesting results. Soft power comprises of values. It's important to seek common topics. Common topics also mean common values, and in fact, we can promote such values. So although Japanese did not realize the exact essence of Ukraine, unlike Russians, Belarusians, we have. Like, for instance, democratic elections in Ukraine, and that all the democratic values are maintained in Ukraine. Mr. Daisuke, you've been observing the Japanese response of Japanese to Ukraine. So how the image of Ukraine has changed in the eyes of Japanese? Is there any shift in Ukraine's perception by Japanese audience?
Thank you very much for having me today. Now I would like to answer to your question, and I would like to mention three things in context of soft power. First of all, I point out that the timing of this event is quite wonderful. This year, 2021, is a milestone. 30 years ago, Ukraine declared its independence. Japan recognized Ukraine as an independent state. So now it's a very good timing to review what Ukraine has done for the last 30 years and what should be done more in coming years when it comes to Ukraine's soft power in Japan, or when it comes to Japan's soft power in Ukraine. And second point, I would like to tell which image Ukraine has succeeded to create in Japan for the last 30 years. Among usual Japanese people, unfortunately, there is no clear image of Ukraine. It is probably because of many factors here, geographical distance, cultural distance, lack of strong diaspora here, and because in previous years we did not pay enough attention to soft power and public diplomacy in order to reach out to Japanese population directly. I already said that there is no clear image of Ukraine. However, in my opinion, still many people in Japan see Ukraine as post-Soviet country and a country with some ties, connection with Russia. Probably now, after 30 years of its independence, it's high time for Ukraine to be viewed as an individual country separated from Soviet Union and Russia. And now, third point. Now there is a strong need for digitalization of communication and public diplomacy because of the coronavirus pandemic. Such traditional spheres like tourism, sport, people-to-people exchange are facing with difficulty now. And of course, the importance of political communication and public diplomacy for Ukraine has been emphasized since 2014, when there was a massive disinformation campaign against Ukraine. And now coronavirus pandemic has made it more urgent and important for Ukraine to utilize digital platform and SNS. And in this context, I would like to mention the growingly proactive communication on SNS by the Ukrainian embassy in Tokyo and Ambassador Korsunsky. Their Twitter accounts are now beginning to enjoy popularity among Japanese users. I ask why. I would like to point out two things here. In my opinion, first, they started to communicate in Japanese language. It's very important for Japanese people. English messages are difficult to understand and they usually ignore. So communication in Japanese is very important here. And second factor is they started to localize the context, content for Japanese people. I remember recently Ambassador Korsunsky made a tweet on the day of Northern Territories. The message was very short. The Northern Territories are Japan. It's very short and laconic, easy to understand, and it was in Japanese. I think this kind of localized contents could be, must be a key for Ukrainians' communication in Japan. Of course, this discussion is not about how to achieve and earn as many retweets and likes as possible, but in order to attract Japanese people and to reach out to Japanese people, it's very important this communication should be in Japanese and localized content. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Дайське. Я теж користуюся Твіттером, тому бачу активну...
The Ukrainian embassy is very become active, and they get many likes, both ambassador and embassy. Twitter in Japan is so in Japan we have different social media that are popular. There are 46 million Japanese users of Twitter and 26 active users of Facebook. Quite interestingly, that Facebook is a network for elder population. So young people do not use Facebook, and 33 active Instagrammers in Japan. So speaking about the public diplomacy, you need to take into account about different social media. In South Korea, Twitter is not popular. In South Korea, they have own domestic network, so you have to take that into account as well. Miss Olga, years an expert on Japan and author on 2 or more books in Japanese. How do you see the implementation of promotion of Ukrainian soft power with Japanese population? I'd like to explain why I have books in Japanese. I'm the graduator of the Ukrainian University, so I'm Orientalist and historian, and I studied the history of transformation values in Ukrainian society. So when I first visited Japan, it was a long time ago, back in 1994. So when I asked about my country origin, there were two responses. Oh, you're from Uruguay, or because everything that starts from U wasn't associated with Ukraine. Oh, they associated me with the former Soviet Union. So today, in our workshop, Mr. Takashi said that Japanese don't have to perceive you as the post-communist country. This is the key phrase you have to remember. I have a response to that. Yes, today Ukraine celebrates its 30th anniversary of independence, but as a country we have 1,000 years of sovereign country because we are here. We're sitting here in the square that has been existing here since 9th century. So we're trying to rebrand our country, and so while I was studying in the Tokyo University, I was frequently asked about Ukraine, and then I decided I have to tell about Ukraine, not using my personal experience. So therefore, in 2005, we published with Fuzetsuko. She's a translator of Taras Shevchenko's literature. So she helped me to publish a book about the modern Ukrainian writers, and so the range of novels include Mr. Rybchuk, Mr. Zholdak, Alina Pagotyak, and other writers, Katerina Motrich, and her novel and her short story about how artificial famine. So this book was published twice. The first edition had 4,000 copies. So if you Google Ukraine, you will see the following images like presidents, the territory, this narratives, Crimea, and more politicized stuff. We can see politicized. If you Google Ukrainians, we see you don't have to speak Ukrainian to understand the content. It is about beautiful Ukrainian women, 95% of content, and everything around that. This is the book. You can find it on Amazon, and I started getting feedback from the readers, and the feedback was like that. I read your book. It's so tough. It's hard to understand. Your literature is so sad. What's wrong with you? I visited Kiev. I walked on the streets of Kiev. I've seen the domes of St. Sophia Cathedral, and everything looks so fine. But what's wrong with your literature? Everything's fine with our literature, but our history is reflected in our history. So this book has 4,000 copies, and in 2010, I thought, what audience we can cover? Japanese like to read, and Mr. Kurai said that we have our mutual fundamental values is freedom, but not only that. But another thing in common is that we have very old culture. This is we published 2 fairy tales. There was a magazine, and I translated 2 fairy tales about animals for that magazine. Why animals? Because the animal is a topic that is not by everybody. One of the tales was called intelligent intelligent rooster, and another tale was called the fox judge. So the fox was asked to divide cheese found by kittens. The fairy tale is the main problem with the fairy tale with Japanese is that fairy tale should be melodical, should be well perceived by young population, by kids. And so I learned Japanese language when as an adult. So I had to rewrite this tale like 25 times. It was quite a difficult task to do.
And the illustrator was never in Ukraine. I had to explain in what way our foxes look like, our cheese looks like, what the cheese looks like, right? And the fences and everything. And in 2014, in January, my book was published, essay about the history of Ukraine. That's the book where there are 18 essays, and these are micro stories. When we look at the history through the prism of destiny of common people, we are speaking about Second World War, collectivization, Holodomor, artificial famine, Chernobyl, and actually another 4,000 copies were made public. And I would like to read you, well, on Amazon 4.8 out of 5 is the assessment. And let's have a look at what was mentioned by people. I'm very glad that I had an opportunity to read this book. I study Ukrainian history since my university studies, but for the first time I had a look at destinies of Ukrainians, and I felt some moments in lives of Ukrainians who were overcoming all the complications of the Soviet Union, Great Famine, beginning of Second World War, occupation by Germans, Chernobyl catastrophe, and prosecution for Ukrainian language. And I had this feeling that the author learned something very, very important. And also, for a certain period of time, apart from writing books and lecturing, I am an independent producer who is actually financially supporting media content. I used to be part of BBC Japan for some time, and I work for Japanese mass media. I had something like 30 programs. Let me show you just one. It was shot in 2011, and it was the last video to depict Mr. Voznitsky, former director of Lviv Gallery. It's the program about Mr. Pinzel. Maybe you know we actually call him our sculptor, though we don't know whether he is actually ours. So there was this very interesting story. That's the person who was creating sculptures out of trees, and actually these works were presented in Louvre in France. And what's interesting, from Japan there was this lady, Wada Imi. She's on the second slide, and she was the only person in Japan who had Emmy award. Well, in Japan, Oscar award. Kurosawa received Oscar for the movie, well, what was it called? Sorry. I believe a Dream. So she arrived, she had a look at sculptures in Lviv, she made some sketches, and in Japan they were creating the reconstruction for you to understand in what way people treat culture. And appropriately, it was very interesting. So, to be frank, I cannot tell you that in Japan they don't know about Ukraine, at least not among people I know. And plenty of various people are doing their best. And let me show you this most recent translation. This is Kobzar of Taras Shevchenko, published in Japanese in 2018. Ms. Fujiasako translated the poems. I consulted her as well. And there were plenty of interesting things. someone was mentioning about Ukrainian community, which is not that active. That's not really so, because there is Natalia Kovalyova, who founded, who founded Ukrainian school Jerelce, the Well, and around the school there are plenty of interesting events. So that's briefly about how we tried to change image of Ukraine for better. Thank you, Ms. Olha. You and you were mentioning that knowing Japanese is a key here, right? Language is very important part of the culture, right? Miss Natalia, and I would like to ask another question in a different context. What are the tasks or ideas for Ukraine are important in terms of implementing the soft power in Ukraine-Japan relations, and what are the key aspects in this process? Greetings everyone, thank you for inviting me. This is a very interesting event, and I'd like to tell you that we had lack of vision for extended period of time, and it prevented Ukraine from creating its own image. But another positive thing here would be that at last we have proper Asia strategy, and we have the breach of EU aspiration of Ukraine, as well as its close cooperation with Asia countries. And in these terms, Japan can become that bridge which will open opportunities for Ukraine to be more represented in Asia region. And we shall take into account close ties between the countries, because unlike Ukraine, and I'm speaking about soft power here, for lengthy period of time, Ukraine was disappearing from actually this dialogue, but Japan was sustainably supporting Ukraine and was always there. Also, it's important that at last Ukraine is shifting its emphasis. Ukraine tries presenting itself in Euro-Asia region, and the key thing in this strategy would be the economic component, and it's important because when we were speaking that we have to know in what way to present ourselves, well, Japanese society is not that politicized, and trying to actually bring forward our interests in that society, we did not get the feedback we wanted to get, and we were not building the image we wanted to build. You know, Japanese and Asia society are trying to find these soft contours for the cooperation, and these soft dimensions lead to peace, mutual understanding, and soft power in Euro-Asian region is a thing which is paid proper attention to. And this would be it, because in Ukraine-Japan relations a lot was done. We have already understanding of where we shall go, where we shall move towards, and what we can be based on in our interaction. We already understand that. So let us start with representation of Ukraine in Japan. According to official data, 2,000 Ukrainians live in Japan. That's not much, but we're speaking about quality. Why? Because we have representatives of academia, students who learn Japanese, are famous musicians, engineers, IT people, meaning we are talking about people who at their workplace or at their universities may be good ambassadors, representatives of Ukraine, and may help building the good image of Ukraine. Also, You've just mentioned the Ukrainian community, Krayani. They are doing great job, having not that many resources. Well, we know how much attention they pay to cultural projects, and cultural projects are not the priority, unfortunately, in plenty of cases. So this very community conducts a lot of festivals, training for children, for the citizens of Japan who are interested in Ukrainian culture, in embroidering. And there is Gereltse School, which is there for 10 years and which popularizes Ukrainian language. What is also important, Ukraine can keep on offering this interaction because, according to the most recent data, at our market there are 200,000 IT specialists. That is that very area which is very interesting for Japan. This is something we can offer and we can demonstrate. We can actually position Ukraine from the viewpoint of our technological achievements. Then cultural interaction is important. And I'd like to highlight Thank You movie. That's a very interesting example in what way we can present Ukraine from the viewpoint of the people of Japan. So these films are showing some zest, you know. Also, it's very important that in Japanese anime, and we know that Japanese anime is very popular. Whoever are parents of small kids, of adolescents, well, there are no children in the world who don't know about anime. And there was this Velos god, and there was an inscription made in Ukraine. So it's a very good popularization among young people, I shall tell you. Also, there was this anime exhibition on the topic of anti-terrorist operation participants. It became popular topic among young people, and children wanted to buy the symbols of Ukrainian army. That's also very interesting. Maybe we are not talking that much about war, but at the very same time, we are emphasizing Ukrainian warriors as heroes. And this way they learn about the situation in Ukraine as well. We have to understand that in Japanese society, well, people are not that aware about what happens in Ukraine, and quite often among Japanese people there is this opinion that Ukraine, that a war is within the whole territory of Ukraine, even in Kyiv, and we are losing tourists this way because people are afraid to come to Ukraine. So this very component of war and peace, and you know, we want to invite tourists, and we have to popularize our country as a country which is developing. We shall know how to present this information. Also, I'd like to pay attention to another important resource, that's Friends of Ukraine. So, when Ukraine was making first steps in the European direction, we actually were supported by Visegrad 4 and other countries. So there are people who are friends of Ukraine as well, and who are common friends with Japan. They are trying to help Ukraine, and they are working in this regard. For example, there is association of people who study Ukraine in Japan. And this association popularizes Ukrainian language. They organize plenty of conferences. They make public some books, for example, about Holodomor, or artificial famine, and another book about the history of Ukraine-Japan relations. And I would like to also mentioned that Hirano did a lot. Takashi Hirano did a lot for people from Japan to learn about what happened at Maidan, meaning the revolution of dignity. And I talked to plenty of people who live in Japan. They are trying to find that book and read it. And, well, we shall emphasize this, and we shall proceed working in this direction. But there is another important thing. Yeah, Miss Natalia? Yeah, one more thing. That's business environment. So we were saying that in Ukraine, we don't have sufficient representation of Japanese business. And Japanese business is also a good indicator of soft power. Until we create proper conditions, and for Japan, for other Asia countries, the conditions would mean what? Transparency, understanding of rules. Until we create that, we won't have proper indicators in economics, and we won't have proper image from the viewpoint of people who are eager to come to Ukraine. They shall not be disappointed. There is plenty of space for work. We shall do a lot inside the country, and we shall be doing our best to popularize Ukraine. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. Ms. Natalia already started telling about the perception of Japan in Ukraine as well. And this is an important topic. As like the second part of our discussion panel, let us speak a little bit. We have 30 more minutes. And Mr. Volodymyr, another question to you. Is Japanese soft power noticeable in Ukraine compared to other countries? And whether Japan is successfully promoting its cultural diplomacy in Ukraine? Thank you for your question. I would like to ask another question here. Japan in Ukraine is very visible and is very recognizable, and I believe Ukrainian society treats Japan very loyally as the state. And what's interesting, whether we can attribute this soft power to the politics as well. Well, this is a very interesting topic for research. Japan is well known thanks to its cultural heritage, thanks to its technological innovations, thanks to its cuisine, as well as other values and achievements which are well known and recognizable in Ukraine. But I would like to ask you whether that's the result of a targeted activities of state institutions or non-state actors. Let me exemplify. Modern Japanese literature, or at least literature of the second half of the 20th century, became known to me through the Russian translation, because back then the first translations were in Russian. And Ukraine used to be part of a Russian-speaking market. That's not the case now, thanks God. And it was not the act of cultural diplomacy, it was expansion of the market of Russian publishing houses. So, also Japanese cuisine, I believe that namely Russian restaurants started popularizing Japanese cuisine here in Ukraine. So, Japanese culture and its elements were penetrating the consciousness of Ukrainians, and actually my humble opinion would be that Japan is more well known in Ukraine than Ukraine in Japan. And another question, whether you, Mr. Takashi, like the image of Japan we have in Ukrainian society. Do you believe that's an exhaustive image, whether that's an objective image? Because, you know, this all relies on some stereotypical associations and perceptions. it would be very interesting to discuss this topic. Because according to my subjective opinion, I lack information what the current Japanese society values. I get this information through movies, through literature, as of today, and I believe that we don't have sufficient access to this type of information. It would be very interesting for me to know more about your country. And in 2017, we had the Year of Japan in Ukraine. I visited several events, but still that was not enough. I wanted greater presence of Japan in Ukraine. I'm not criticizing anything here, and I know that the Embassy of Japan is doing its best through translations, through digital channels of communication. They are trying to spread the word about Japan here, and there are plenty of state actors, exchange programs, and educational opportunities. So a lot was done, but still I believe we have still huge potential through the Ukrainian modern culture to understand each other better, and I would like that to happen.
Thank you for answering your question. I'll express my opinion regarding Japan's image with Ukrainians. I've been residing in Ukraine for more than 10 years. I see Ukrainians pursue Japan's stereotypes. Although it's a positive image, but it's still a stereotypic one. I'm curious why Ukrainians have developed this stereotypic opinion about Japan, and how can we get rid of that? Although they perceive us in a positive way, but there is no improvements to this situation. I'd like to ask Ms. Olga, why Ukrainians perceive Japanese through stereotypes? Could you please put it on? Up to 5 minutes. We're running out of time. I have a slide. I'd like to double check everything. I Googled Japan. These are the images. We see beautiful country. Ukrainians perceived Japan as a beautiful country with innovative science. So things like geisha, rickshaw, Fujiyama, Fuji Mountain, and Japanese. So if you look at the words, pay attention to the fact to the words. Many people ask, how can we discern between Japanese and Chinese? How do we learn about Japan, including our kids? Mr. Vladimir mentioned the role of Russian literature, but Japanese books started to be translated in Ukrainian since 1970s. We had some great generation of all the interpreters, translators who suffered from translating Japanese books into Ukrainian, but we learned that manga became popular 5-6 years ago, and 12 or 13 years through the text, through historical textbook, learn about Japan. This is one of the source information. So they learn from maps, textbooks at the age of 12, 13, and the history textbook contains 236 countries. Only 16 of them relate to Asia, and all of these 16 pages cover the history of India only. So in the 7th form, children may learn about the history of the 15th to 18th century, and this period covers all the Asian countries, like the Islamic countries, Japan, the period of Tokugawa. And the last time children can learn about history of Japan is in ninth form. It's 18th and 19th century, and we see information about the French Revolution, Industrial Revolution, Europe colonial system, and respective, and the main information about the history of Japan and India, and the 5 pages speak of the end of Bukafu and the modernization of industry and Japan and Chinese war and emergence of Japanese imperialism in Asia. So speaking of the situation in the academic education, I mean universities, so the main subject, so our education is Europe-centered and Ukraine-centered. Only we have one course called World History, and includes the history of Asia, Latin America, and Africa, 18th through 20th century. It includes 20 lectures and 6 seminars. How can you learn the history of 3 continents during these lessons? This is an old tradition, speaking about the colonization, decolonization. Now we have an emerging trend of speaking about the modernization, but not so many people travel to Japan, but more than in the past. Unfortunately, we don't have many students from Asia. Let them come to us and become cultural bridges. We have so-called we have so-called mini store. It's a fake Japanese store. Yeah, the company is registered in China, so they're quite active. But it means that somebody else is monetizing the brand of Japan, and that's an issue. If you look at the Japanese cuisine in Ukraine, Japanese cuisine won the hearts of Ukrainians much faster than Japanese managed to come to Ukraine and monetize this business chain. Do you know? I hope you mean what I mean. Our Japanese restaurants were opened by Ukrainian or Russian chains, and so it's I think it's only there were 2 only genuine Japanese restaurants in Kyiv. So the cuisine. So the cuisine that we see, it is our perception, the way we see the Japanese cuisine. So it differs from the genuine Japanese cuisine. Unfortunately, Japan doesn't take advantage of the positive image it has with Ukrainians. We have some quite negative examples how this image was misused. Russia use this interest to all culture and philosophy in the wrong way. So we have to think about that. On the other hand, our students that learn Japanese, the Japanese language and Japanese culture, they're quite disadvantaged as the last 2 years are spent in handwork, and they have a practical approach to education. I invest my time and money into education, and I need to know the output. Defending the PhDs in Japan would take you 7 years if you're lucky, but in the end you're unemployed, and that's it. So I'd like to request either Japanese embassy or corporations to provide some kind of internships for Ukrainian students. And maybe we should get back to the practice of back in 1996 when Minister Foreign Affairs of Japan ran some sort of quizzes about the Japanese history in many countries worldwide. And since we today we experience some difficulties due to coronavirus pandemic, we can digitalize these efforts. And secondly, we discussed with Mr. Hirano this issue. and would, we realize both in Ukraine and in Japan we don't have the proper perception of the real citizens of these countries. We say, oh, the Asians, they're distant, they are known for would like people meet each other and have some sort of public or folk diplomacy, so that Ukrainians were able to touch the pieces of material culture of Japan, like Miss Olga. So the integration of Japan into our everyday life. For instance, before the best Japanese sushi were served at Egersun supermarket. This is a Swedish supermarket, and so looks like sushi is a Japanese brand, but Swedes benefit from that. They take advantage of this image. And I'd like Mr. Daisuke, in your opinion, we're running out of time, but in your opinion, how can we increase the Ukrainian society's awareness of the Japanese society? How can we increase the penetration of Ukrainian?
Actually, from my side, I have little things to add after Pani Olgo. I also would like to have probably to have much more proactive, digitalized public diplomacy from the embassy, and also the capacity of embassy is limited. So probably embassy could invite more local people and use more such cultural event in a digitalized way. Probably that's all from me.
Дякую, пане Дайське.
Mr. Daisuke, Mr. Korsunsky asked to give him a minute before he leaves us. Mr. Ambassador, you're welcome to speak. Thank you, Mr. Hirano. I think we can't help mentioning several names in this panel. I'm very surprised they were not mentioned, because my concern is to promote Ukraine as much as possible with Japan. So Katerina and Natalagzi, they are bandurist players. They sing wonderful Ukrainian songs and Ukrainian together with Japanese musicians. They're very popular. In Tokyo Opera, I attended the Italian opera performed in Tokyo, and the only diva that performed there was from Ukraine, and she's very popular, and she got many applauses. And the Association of Ukrainians are active very much in Japan, and they make a lot of efforts to promote Ukrainian narrative. On Saturday there was a meeting of this association. So what I want to say is that I would like to thank you for the discussion, and I have my own opinion why Japan is well known in Ukraine. So I believe that the reason for that is the Japanese love the country very much. If you speak and ask Japanese about their cuisine, about the culture, they will tell you that they know it, that they love it, and So we need to act likewise. As a result of that, Ukrainian culture, history will be more known in Japan and other countries. We have 10 minutes for discussion. We have received some other questions. How art may promote the presence of Japan in Ukraine, vice versa. So what? So what? The question was about the negative connotation used by Russian Federation in the cultural domain. In Ukraine, there are a lot of cities with a significant tourist potential. It's difficult, but after the end of pandemic, what strategy could be used to promote tourism to Ukraine with Japanese? So regarding the ministry, this is my expert opinion. It's not just the business of the ministry, but a lot of government institutions and also civil society organizations should be active in this regard. The embassy of Ukraine has 8 employees, and we understand that if we speak about the array of different problems, can you imagine how much work should be done by the employees of the Ukrainian embassy? So this Asian strategy proves that all the government institutions, both on the ministerial level and on other levels, should participate in this work. Regarding tourism, for Asian tourists, especially Japan, Korea, and China, there were suppliers of large number of tourists, and Ukraine wasn't ready for that influx. So Ukraine was ready to receive so many travelers. Back in 2019, I visited Tallinn, Estonia. I noticed how many people from Asian countries roamed the city, and 1.5 million Chinese tourists and 500,000 Japanese tourists visited Estonia. And while 35,000 and 8 to 10,000 of Chinese and Japanese tourists respectively visit Ukraine. So in the context of location, infrastructure, and intergovernmental cooperation, we need to find approaches of how to attract these tourists, and because the tourists that we have for Europeans are not very interesting for Asian people. So while in pandemic we need to elaborate on the proper cooperation with Asian travel agencies. Just a slight comment on what was said by Natalie. The story about tourism is about the right of the country. Is the right of the country to tell what they want to tell about themselves. So when Japan was developing after restoration of Meiji, he said that mentally we need to leave Asia and join Europe and America. It's all, but if we read your executive summary, you mentioned Poland. It's a good example, but there are much better examples. If we look at the advertising campaign of Finland in Japan over the last 18 years, it's a magnificent example. The Finnish people said that is the country in Europe that is that is closest to Japan. Finland is far from in Japan. But if we build the aircraft route, you will see that Finland is the closest European country to Japan. And this example was used by Latvia. In Latvia they have in Latvia 20% of taxes of film industry is reimbursed to businesses, and Latvia now is one of the European centers after Prague where most of the films are made, like Bollywood, Hollywood, and other film companies shoot the movies in Latvia. So Latvians took 30 Japanese journalists for press tour. That they get interested in the country and started to write about Latvia. I think this is a piece of advice we can use here for Ukrainian case. Are there any questions from the audience? Mrs. Anna? Microphone?
Thank you so much for this interesting forum and to the point discussions, and thank you for preparing this analytics. I visited Japan twice as the head of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. I visited Fukushima. We were borrowing experience there, and I believe the fora like this is an opportunity to discuss the strategy in more details, to discuss a strategy for 5-10 years. And when today experts were saying that freedom and democracy would be something that unite Japan and Ukraine, I have a question to our Japanese counterparts. For example, in China, they've got initiative 16+1, and we clearly understand this is a geopolitical initiative, and the idea would be actually influencing European continent. There are economic initiatives like Silk Road initiative. They are trying to stand their economic interest, expansion in Africa, etc. So, does Japan consider in their strategy Ukraine as a regional leader in the Eastern Europe and trendsetter as a post-Soviet territory? And that's the strategy not for a year or two. And with due account of what happens in Belarus and in the Russian Federation, where they are striving for democratic opportunities, does Japan have got its own strategy where you see Ukraine as a agenda setter, as trendsetter of democratic and Euro-Atlantic transformations? Because actually this would all mean protection of democracy from disinformation, grand corruption, and all the other things we relate to the country known for its industrial espionage, etc. Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Well, from our speakers, Mr. Daisuke Kitada, can you briefly respond to that?
Actually, I recently wrote a small book about Japanese foreign policy toward Eastern Partnership countries. And in this book, I wrote that it will be in Japan's interest to support Ukrainians' European inspirations to help Ukraine to support Ukraine to join European Union and NATO. And in this moment, I do not think that Japan has any concrete project toward Ukraine in geographically, but at least as Ambassador Kurai told already, to support Ukraine in this way of European integration is, I think, it's in Japan's interest. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Дайське.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daisuke Kitade. Well, another question here. With the account of the fact that we are wrapping up a forum, I would like, on behalf of the whole audience, to express my sincere gratitude to the New Europe Center team for this wonderful event. And this last panel, wow, it was extremely interesting, and somehow I thought about the words of Margaret Thatcher. If you would like it to be said, ask a man. If you would like it to be done, ask a woman. And Alena Hetmanchuk, right, is doing it all, is gathering us together here. And Miss Olha, I know her not just as a promoter of Ukrainian culture in Japan, but vice versa as well, because the first event she had organized after coming back from Harvard, it was a photo exhibition about Japan. And I believe, Olha, just one comment, just one piece of advice to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in what way to strengthen presence of Ukraine in Japan would be to make you a cultural attaché. Thank you so much. Well done. Go ahead. Miss Alyona Hetmanchuk. Oh, okay. Well, as far as we thanked New Europe Center and Miss Alyona, I love you so much. We have to thank our Japanese friends as well, without whom this forum would not be possible. Thank you so much. Thank you. And to wrap up the discussion, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, speakers, dear participants, those watching us online. And summarizing today's discussion, I'd like to urge everyone to do their best to improve the soft power of Ukraine and Japan, and it may be expressed in actually having some plans of implementation of the soft power and having this for more frequently. And we shall carry out the monitoring of public reporting on implementation of the soft power. And it's very important that everybody willing will be speaking about Japan in social media, in books, using the language they understand. And the key moment for today would be the language. If you don't understand the language, then we cannot improve the soft power. And it shall all be done, and only then we will be able to say that we've achieved some improvement. And only then politicians are influencing the perception of the citizens. And this is something we can do to improve the process of making political decisions. And that's the essence of the soft power. Thank you so much for participation in the discussion, and see you soon. I strongly hope we are going to have very good discussions. Arigato.